10 years after launch, RimWorld is still the most popular colony sim on the planet. It's a deep, complex, and legendary strategy game. But its greatest strength may be its biggest flaw when it comes to new players. This game certainly doesn't hold your hand. You are completely on your own against a hostile planet. So, to save you from dozens of hours of trial and error, this video is meant to be your definitive beginner's blueprint. Together, we'll go from Crashlanded to Blastoff. This is the ultimate vanilla RimWorld beginner's guide. So, let's start a new colony. And we're met with 4 different scenarios: Crashlanded, Lost Tribe, The Rich Explorer, and Naked Brutality. If this is your first time playing RimWorld, I would suggest starting with Crashlanded. In this scenario, you begin with 3 pawns and a bunch of different starting material. Most notably, some packaged survival meals, so you don't have to rely on hunting while you get your farm going, a stockpile of medicine, in case your colony is hit with an early plague, bolt-action rifle, and a revolver to help you get through your early raids, and a bunch of steel and wood to really get your base going. Next, we need to choose our storyteller. Each one of these characters present their own unique challenge. Cassandra Classic is going to send raids at a regular interval. Phoebe Chillax, her mechanics are similar to Cassandra's, but she gives you more time between raids. And Randy Random, well, he's just that, random. You don't know what's coming with him. For your first game, I'd begin with Cassandra. We then want to select our difficulty. If you want to just learn how to build, you can select Peaceful. If you want the ultimate challenge, you can select Losing is Fun. For your first game, I would go with either Adventure Story or Strive to Survive. I would consider these to be easy to medium difficulty. We're also going to select Reload at any time. Next, we create our world. We can choose our own seed or we can randomize. Let's randomize a few times. We can also select the overall rainfall, temperature, or population. I would just keep these at normal. On the right side, we have the factions that will spawn in this world, the most difficult being the Mechanoid Hive. Let's select Generate to create our Sledgehammer seed. In RimWorld, the storyteller typically gets all the credit, but it's the biome that really does all the killing. When we generate our world, we typically have 10 different biomes to select from. In the north, we have the sea ice, the ice sheet, and the Arctic tundra. And as we move south, we move into the boreal forest with a little mix of desert, the temperate forest, the rainforest, both temperate and tropical, as well as some scattered swamps. And then we move into the arid shrubland, desert, and extreme desert. Similar to the storytellers, each one of these biomes present their own unique challenges. But if this is your first game, I would suggest settling in the temperate forest. This is the baseline, offering the most balance out of all the biomes. When selecting an individual tile, there are a few things we want to look out for. First off, if we can settle around these tribes with the purple houses, these begin as neutral factions, allowing us to trade with them. Setting up close to these could help us snowball in the early game. The second thing we want to look out for is the growing period. If you're looking for a set it and forget it approach to your farming, I would select a tile that has year-round growing. And lastly, we want to consider the stone types available on that tile. I like to select a tile that only has 2 types, which makes my building not only easier, but more aesthetically pleasing. In addition to only 2 stone types, I like to have one of those stone types being marble, as it gives us a little boost to the beauty of our builds. This tile looks like an ideal starting position for a new player. It has year-round growing, sandstone and marble stone types, and it is relatively close to 2 neutral factions who we can trade with in the early game. So let's select this tile. And finally, we need to select our starting pawns. Because we chose the Crashlanded scenario, we'll be starting with 3 pawns. We can also choose 5 additional pawns that will spawn somewhere in the world. In vanilla RimWorld, with no mods installed, we cannot manipulate any of the characteristics of our pawns. We can, however, randomize them. If you want more control over your pawn selection, there are 2 mods that I would suggest installing. The first is known as Randomize Plus. The second is known as Prepared Carefully. Randomize Plus allows you to select certain traits or skills that you would like to roll for, and it will automatically roll until those traits and skills are selected. Whereas Prepared Plus gives you full autonomy over the traits and skills of your pawns. For this tutorial, we're just going to go fully vanilla and randomize our pawns. As I begin to randomize these pawns, I'm looking for certain traits that would be favorable for this character. If you want a breakdown of the over 60 traits that are available in RimWorld, you can check out my tier list video. I'll put a card up on the right side of the screen. I would first avoid these traits, and instead, I would seek out these traits. It is also important to consider what your pawns are incapable of. For example, this pawn will not be able to hail anyone, won't be able to trade, and will never put out fires. Whereas this pawn is incapable of nothing. They're able to do it all. We also want to look out for any health defects that they may have, as well as any relationships with other pawns. The health and relationships could affect their mood in the future. When I'm starting a new game in RimWorld, I like to make sure that I have at least one pawn that is good at construction, one pawn that is good at cooking and planting, and one pawn that is good at medical. So let's roll some pawns and select our starting characters. If you find yourself spending a lot of time in this screen and getting incredibly frustrated, I would highly suggest checking out Randomized Plus, as it makes this process a lot more efficient without being too OP. This is a perfectly acceptable pawn. He has the trait Kind, so he'll help the mood in our colony, but he is incapable of caring. But if we can get ourselves a doctor, then that won't really matter. He has a single burning passion in construction and a double burning passion in social. These burning passions mean that they'll not only learn this skill at a faster rate, but they'll also get a mood increase when they're doing that job. So this pawn could be our builder and our trader. And he's also good at mining. So that's a plus. This pawn is interesting. They are both tough and a wimp. I'm not sure how you are both a tough wimp, but Weber is that. Tough is one of the best traits in the game. Wimp is one of the worst. Looking at our team skills, we're pretty well balanced, except for intellectual. If we began now, this may really hurt our research speed. Let's re-roll one of our left behind colonists and see if we can find an intellectual. I think this pawn would do us better than our plant cook, although they're a little bit older at 31, and they don't have as good of a cooking skill. However, we do have Doc Plant that could also cook. They could also act as a doctor, and they have better intellectual. So let's move this pawn up. So we have Build Trade, Doc Plant, and Plant Doc. Looking at our team skills now, they look a lot better than before. So let's begin our first game on the Rim. So before we do anything, we're going to pause the game We can do so by pressing spacebar, or we can click on the pause button in the bottom right. We could speed the game up by selecting the arrows or by using the 1, 2, and 3 hotkeys. Below our time settings, we are met with a number of different icons. For now, I would click on this hammer to activate it. This is going to allow us to rebuild anything that gets destroyed in our home area. And I would deselect the house. This will make it so we don't create a home area whenever we build something. This allows us better control over the home areas that we select, as our pawns will often clean our home areas when we may not want them to. This mountain button shows us where we can and cannot build, and this plant icon shows us the fertility of the ground. The dark green areas being rich soil, the light green areas being normal soil, and the yellow areas being low fertility soil. We would like to settle around an area of rich soil. As we move a little north, we can see we have a good area of rich soil, which is also next to a steam geyser, which is going to be helpful towards the mid-game as we're pushing for power. So I think this area would be perfect to begin building our base. If we select Architect, Zone, Growing Zone, we can designate an area to plant some crops. For now, we'll just do a 10 by 8 area. We want to select this, come down to the bottom, and we want to choose rice plant. If we had no other option but to build in the yellow areas, we would want to go with potatoes. Rice is more labor intensive, but it grows faster, and it performs very well in the rich soil. Let's come back to our menu in the bottom right. We'll deselect the fertility overlay, and we'll also deselect the terrain. Next, and again, the game is still paused. Let's go to quests, select reward preferences, and deselect accept goodwill on all factions. If we're offered any quest, we would rather items as opposed to their good graces. Next, let's go to the assign tab, and next to our colonists, instead of flee, let's set them to attack. Instead of selecting them individually, we could click and hold and drag down. Let's select the medicine and choose doctor care but no medicine for all of our pawns. Let's also go to our drug policy, select no drugs, and drag that down. Let's choose manage food policies, click on lavish, deselect raw foods and corpses. If we select the schedules tab, we have some control over what the colonists do automatically during certain times of the day. For now, let's just add a little recreation in the morning. We can also manage the areas where the colonists are allowed and restricted to go from the screen. And we can also create our own areas by selecting the Manage Areas tab. I like to start with 4 areas. We can rename these areas. So let's go with an inside zone, a walls zone for later on, a work zone, and an animal zone. And we can also change the colors if we wanted to. Let's now go to the work tab, and this shows us what the colonists are going to do on their own. The highest priority jobs are to the left, the lowest priority jobs are to the right. In this view, if the colonists have check marks, they will perform those jobs. If there are no check marks, they won't perform those jobs. We can add check marks of our own if we decided to do so. If we wanted more control over priorities, we could select manual priorities, and now we're met with numbers. If we set something to 1, that will get done first, and if we select something to 4, that will get done last. If we wanted to change the priority for all of our colonists, we can hold Shift and click on the job title. And if you hover over the box, it shows you the skill level for that colonist. So it can be pretty helpful without having to pull up the bios of each one of the characters. So let's go through and we'll prioritize the jobs in which our colonists are good at. When I first begin a game, I like to clear Smith, Taylor, and Art. And when I'm ready to perform those jobs towards the mid game, I'll come back into this menu and manipulate the priorities. I also like to set everyone's hauling to 2, cleaning to 2, and research to 4. So if there is nothing to do in our colony, we can do research. Now let's go to Architect, Orders, and let's right-click the Allow to unforbid all items. Now anything that is spawned on the map, we'll be able to interact with, such as this wood. For example, when there's an X on the item, it doesn't allow us to pick it up or use it. We could click on the items manually, choose Allow, or press F to allow and unallow. If we want to forbid everything on the map, we could right-click Forbid and forbid all. If we wanted to allow everything on the map, we could right-click Allow and unforbid all items. And lastly, before we get going, if we want to select an individual pawn, we can access them in the menu at the top of the screen, or we could select them when they drop down out of their pods, and it will bring up their character menu on the left. For now, let's just go to Health, allow Medicine, choose Defaults. This will allow us to choose the default medicine setting for any colonist that comes into our map. For now, let's set this to Doctor with no medicine. And now we're ready to begin. We do begin with a horse. Tin Man is his name. To keep Tin Man from wandering away, let's go into Miscellaneous. Caravan hitching post, we'll just put that somewhere. And someone should come and rope our horse to the caravan spot. You should also notice that our starting gear dropped out of our pods, and when it did so, they are forbidden. So let's go back to our Architect, Orders, Allow, right-click to unforbid all items. If we take a look at our colonists, because we set up this farming area, they're going over and planting the rice. If we look on the right side of the screen, above our time manipulation, these are announcements of things that are occurring on our map or things that we may need. So right now it's telling us we need warm clothing, our colonists need beds, we need recreation variety, and a pen is needed for our animal. While we did provide it with a caravan hitching spot, pens will be needed if you want to mate the animals. Or if you want the animals to mate with each other, I should say. If we select on our pawn and we go to bio, we can see their skills. If we want to easily move from one pawn to the other, we can use the comma and period keys. So Doc Plant is our best shooter. So let's equip them with our bolt action rifle. So we're going to right click the bolt action rifle and select equipped. Build Trade was our second best shooter. So let's equip them with the revolver. And Plant Doc is decent melee. So let's give them the plasteel knife. And we'll also give them the flak pants. If I click on the Force Wear Flak Pants, it will cancel whatever they're doing. However, if I hold down Shift and click it, it will queue it up. So we'll queue up the pants. So they'll equip the knife and then equip the pants. And we'll also queue up the helmet and the flak vest. So Plant Doc can be our melee block if we need them to. We have a couple options when looking to build our starter base. We could claim this little ruined area and begin building our base in this zone, or we could start from scratch on our own. I prefer to build my starter base near my little farm area. This is also a beneficial zone because of our steam geyser, and it's centrally located. If we go to Architect, Orders, Plan, we can begin planning out different structures in our base. We're going to plan out a 25 by 25 zone, and then cut this in half, so 13 and 13, so that we have these 4 corners. If we go to Architect, Zone, Stockpile Zone, we can set an area for the colonists to move all of their stuff. If we select a zone and go to Storage, we can control what would be stored in that zone. We can also control the priority of storing those items in that zone. We did chop down some wood in the process of making our little farming area, so we can begin building our base. I like to leave spots in the middle of these walls for doors for easier access. So here we're building some wooden walls for now, and we'll build some wooden doors on all 4 sides. We will need to chop more wood to build this, so if we go to Architect, Orders, Chop Wood, we can drag and hold to chop more wood. If we select a colonist and choose the Needs tab, it will show us food, sleep, recreation, and most importantly, its mood. And then it will show us a number of things that are affecting its mood. Plant Dock ate without a table and is getting a -3 debuff because of that. So to prevent this, let's build ourselves a table inside of our little home. And we'll put a couple dining chairs around that table. If we press 3, we can fast forward. As it is approaching nighttime, our colonists will need to sleep. And because I don't have any beds or sleeping spots set up, they will just go to sleep wherever they stand. So let's go to Architect, Furniture. We could build them a bed with our wood, or we could just designate a sleeping spot on the ground. Let's just do that for now. Because we set recreation for the morning, our pawns will want to recreate, and we're also getting the need recreation variety announcement on the right side. We can satisfy this by going to Architect, Recreation, and let's build them a horseshoe pin. While our colonists are sleeping, we can go over to Zone, expand allowed area, and we can select one of the areas we established earlier. Let's select Work, hold and drag, and we can select areas that we want to restrict our pawns to. So now they won't be wandering all around the map. If we go back into schedule, we can select that work area that we just set up. If we wanted to move the stockpile into our house, we can just select Expand Zone and create a new stockpile. If we wanted to copy our storage settings, if we had set some earlier, we could just select Copy and then select the zone we just created and paste those settings there. And then we can delete the storage area and they'll move that stuff over whenever they have some free time to haul. we want to save our game, we can select the menu in the bottom right, or we can press escape. And we can save our game, and we can name it whatever we want to name it. We can overwrite existing saves if we wanted to. We can also go to the options and select the autosave interval. So right now it's set to 1 day. And we can select the autosave count. So right now it's going to save every day, and it's on a store up to 5 of those autosaves. If we wanted to change our storyteller, we could come to our options, gameplay, modify the storyteller. So if we wanted to switch to Randy Random, we could. If we wanted to up our difficulty, we could do that as well. We could also select custom difficulty and customize a number of different modifiers to our game. But for now, we'll keep it as is. I guess now that I look at it, there is a, where did I see that? Gameplay learning helper. There is an in-game tutor that aims to teach you information about topics relevant to your colony's current state. Oh, so they do have a little tutorial. I didn't even know about that. I told you earlier there was no tutorial, so I lied to you. There is a tutorial, so stop watching, I guess, and just go and play the tutorial. So, goodbye. Thank you for watching. No, kidding. Keep watching. So we're getting a notification of a Timberwolf revenge. We can click on it and jump to location and see what the hell's going on over there. We did get some visitors that decided to attack the Timberwolf, or the Timberwolf attacked them. I missed a notification that we got visitors. Some visitors will come onto the map that you can trade with. If you can trade with one of these guys, they'd have a little question mark, a little yellow question mark. These visitors are just passing by. And as we're viewing them, I'm watching my horse wander off. So if we wanted to get Tin Man, let's go to our work tab. And because we don't have anyone set to handling, that's why we never roped them in. So let's set our plant dock to handling. Let's select, if I click on plant dock, it will zoom me over to him. If we click on this work tab, we can change the zone that he's restricted to. So it's unrestrict him. Let's come back over to our horse, right click him, and we can prioritize roping Tin Man. Our animals will eventually wander away if we don't rope them up or put them in a pen. So because we have that caravan hitching spot, he'll rope them to that hitching spot, and now we can't wander away. All right, now that we've finished building the base, they'll automatically build the roof. And now we have our first little base. At this point, because we have plenty of wood, we can begin building some beds. And when we build these beds, we want to position the head of the bed towards the middle, like so. And then we can build one of these end tables and put them at the heads of the bed, and that will give us a little comfort boost. Let's go back to our plant dock and restrict this area back to work, just so he's not wandering away. Let's select build trade and look at his needs. He is suffering from disturbed sleep because all three of them were sleeping together. He slept outside, which we won't get that debuff anymore now that we have a roof. Slept in the cold, not much we can do about it right now. We'll get rid of the slept in ground because now we have beds for him. To get rid of this darkness debuff, let's go to architect, furniture, and we can build ourselves a little torch lamp. We can now delete these sleeping spots. So I'm just selecting them and I'm pressing X, or you can come down here and select destruct. All right, so we have ourselves a little base. We have plenty of food for now. while we wait for our rice to grow. So at this point, there's a few things I would consider doing. We have enough steel and wood. We could build, if we go to production, stone cutter's table. Our wood walls are really susceptible to fires. So we want to upgrade these to stone as quickly as possible. And I didn't do it this time, but typically when I make a wooden structure like this, I typically build it one block in from my plan so that I don't have to tear these down immediately to build my stone wall. But this time I didn't do it. Now that we finished the stone cutter's table, we want to select it and we go over to build. So any production table, I guess you would say, has this bills tab, and this controls what's going to be produced by that object. So let's click on bills. Let's add bill. And on our map, we have marble chunks and sandstone chunks. I like to build my base out of marble for that little extra beauty buff. So let's select make marble blocks and let's go to details. I want to set this so right now it will just do it one time. So we'll take one chunk, cut that chunk down into blocks, and then we can use those blocks to build, but then it will stop. We could set this to do forever and it will just constantly do it forever. Or we can set it to do until you have a certain number. So we're going to set this to 200 or 210, I guess. And we don't want to take it to the best stockpile. We'll just drop it right on the floor. So now whoever is set to crafting in our work menu, looks like it's just dock plant, we'll do that. We could also set plant dock to it, but at a low priority. So if he has nothing to do, he can chop some blocks. If I want to set that same bill to this stonecutter's table, I could just come in here and press the copies. That will copy it to the clipboard. I could come over to my other table and press the paste. And now I have them both set up to chop marble blocks. For every stone chunk, we get 20 marble blocks. And it costs us, I believe, 5 to build a wall. Yeah, 5 marble blocks to build a wall. 25 to build a door. So I'm going to upgrade our wood to marble. And I guess now you can swipe right over it so it deconstructs and then constructs the marble in one swipe. Before you would have to come in here and deconstruct first. Something just got attacked. This bear just attacked something. I got interrupted by that bear. Before you used to have to deconstruct first. Now you can just swipe over. And we'll keep the wooden door for now. So let's upgrade everything to wood. Upgrade everything from wood to marble. And now we're, somewhat protected from any fires that would happen. I do have to watch out for this bear. He could attack us if he becomes hungry. Although he would just eat our food instead. Predatory animals will attack you. They'll start hunting you. You will get a notification though for it if they decide to start hunting you. So we did get another visitor, and this visitor is willing to trade with us. So he has this little yellow blinking question mark. We could select one of our pawns. Who was our best social pawn? That was build trade. That's why we named him trade, so I didn't have to look at this menu, although I did. And we can right click rat, our trader, select trade with them. And when he gets to him, it'll open up the trade menu. On the left side is our stuff. On the right side is the trader stuff. So if we wanted to buy this pemmican, which is a food product, we could buy it one at a time. We could hold shift to buy it all. We could press this button, the double arrow to buy it all. I thought, yeah, if you hold control, you can buy 10 at a time or sell 10 at a time. We don't want anything from them. I guess we can sell them these pants. So we can sell him these pants for $117. So this is showing us he's on a transfer us 117, but he only has 109 on him. So if we were to accept this, we'd get warned of that. So the trader has sufficient silver to cover the transaction. Would we like to proceed anyway? Sure, why not? Get rid of those pants. And we'll make a little bit of money off them. So if we look in the bottom right, they're telling us we need defenses. There will be a raid coming soon. If we look at our history, we can see when we started and what day it is. So it is day 2.5. We can also just scroll over the date, and that will tell us how many days have passed since our arrival. But this is a good view because it also shows us our wealth. The difficulty of the raids that the storytellers send increase with our amount of wealth. So it's typically good, especially on higher difficulties, to try to keep your wealth low in the early game. This screen will also tell us when certain events had occurred in the past. We haven't had any. The only event we've had is this new settlement. Cassandra typically sends her first day or her first raid around day 8 or so. And then she'll send another raid every 8 days or something like that. I'll maybe put something on the screen that gives you better insight over Cassandra's mechanics. But we have a couple days. Maybe it's raid 5, the first raid. I think we still have a couple days before the first one comes. I should probably know this better since I'm trying to provide you with a beginner's tutorial, but I don't know. Whatever. All right. At this point, we are waiting for the rice to come in. It's 59% grown. We don't have to stress too much because we have these survival meals. I do want to extend our base, and we'll make ourselves a laboratory, and we'll start doing some research. Right now we're limited as to what we can build and do, but if we click this research tab, this opens up the research tree. And in order to do research, we need to go to production and build a simple research bench. If we build it in a separate room, it will designate that room as a laboratory, and we'll get a little research boost. If we also change the floors to concrete, which uses steel, we'll get a research boost as well. So let's set up our little research room. We did stop chopping marble blocks because we reached our quota. But now that we've used some, it will go down again and they'll start chopping. You probably understand how that works intuitively. The pawns won't move these automatically. If we select them, we can choose to haul them. Right now, though, we may not have a spot, as I don't think these, the regular stockpile zone doesn't set chunks, plants, and corpses by default. If we go back over to our zones and do dumping stockpile zone, though, this one has chunks and corpses by default and nothing else. I typically like to also put my blocks in this zone so we can search for blocks. We can select blocks, and then if we select our other stockpile zone, We can deselect blocks, and now we'll store them in this one instead. If we were running low on food, we could attempt to hunt some animals. Oh, we got a mad squirrel event. So this squirrel has gone mad and he will attack us. So let's attack him first. Oh, so let me tell you what I did there. So let me get back inside. I'll do it again. So I selected all of my pawns and I pressed R to draft them. So before they were not drafted, I selected all of them. I pressed R for draft, and now I can control them and they'll fire and they'll shoot and they'll do all that stuff like they're drafted. I could have also, let's move Doc up, our melee block, get him. We are terrible shots. We did manage to kill him. And you notice now that he's dead, he's forbidden. We can't interact with him. We could also select our pawns up here in the menu by clicking and dragging. And then I'm going to press R to undraft them and they'll get back to work. Plant Doc took some damage, so if we select him and go to health, we can see what happened. His right hand and his right index finger suffered some scratches. He is bleeding a little bit. No immediate danger. Doc Plant is on automatic cure him. Or, treat him. And you notice he's not using any of this medicine, our valuable medicine, because we set the medicine preferences to doctor with no medicine. Now, if you were to develop an infection, it would show up here. And we'd probably want to use that medicine on the infection. So we could change it in that other menu that I was just in, or we could change it here, allow medicine. If we wanted to butcher this squirrel for his meat and his hide, we could go to architecture production. We could do a little butcher spot, which doesn't cost us any resources to build, but it only yields... Oh. Tin Man is getting attacked by the grizzly bear, trying to hunt him. And now that we shot the grizzly bear, he's coming after us. We can kite with our Plant Doc, although Plant Doc did get hit a little bit. As we shoot the bear, it will slow him down and eventually kill him. So Plant Doc did get hit. And now you can see he's got a heavier bleed, and it's telling us that he's going to die in 18 hours. Which is plenty of time for us to undraft him and get him back to this bed kind of naturally. But if we were worried that he wouldn't make it back, we could select one of our doctors. And while he's drafted, we could come over and right-click Plant Doc, and we could select 10 to do that manually. This grizzly bear interrupted us. We were talking about butchering the squirrel, but I guess now we have two things to butcher. We said we could use the butcher spot, which doesn't cost us any resources, but we only yield 70% of the meat. Just like the Stonecutters table, we would have to select it, choose the bill, add the bill, butcher creature. For this, I'd just do forever, details, and just drop that right on the floor. You can see that by default, it selects all animals, including insects, which we haven't seen yet, but it doesn't select humans. If we were cannibals, we may want to change that, but we don't want to eat human meat. We would survive off of it. It doesn't poison us or anything, but we do suffer a big mood debuff, unless we were cannibals and we get a mood increase. That's one way to butcher creatures, and anyone that's assigned to cooking will butcher the creatures. If we wanted to butcher the squirrel, we could select it and allow. I'm just going to press F to allow. If we wanted to butcher this grizzly bear, we could allow it. Alternatively, instead of the butcher spot, we could build the butcher's table, which costs us 95 wood, which is a better option. If I want to just build this manually and not wait for him, I can right click and tell him to build it. So now we have a butcher's table. Instead of setting this up manually, I can do like I did with the stone cutters. Go to this butcher's table, copy it, paste it, and then get rid of the butcher's spot. These guys aren't doing anything because they're still drafted. He did cure them. Let's undraft them. And they'll eventually butcher those animals. Our horse, though, is going to die in 8 hours, and we're not able to hail him until we put down a little spot. So let's go to furniture, animal sleeping spot, and we'll change this. Click on it, change it to medical. He'll go and lie in that, and our guys will hail him up when need be. Because he laid down, either because he was tired or he couldn't walk anymore, we ended up hailing him. All right, did we butcher something? No, we just moved it over. Okay, now I'm butchering the squirrel, so it drops meat and hide. If we want to cook this meat, similar to the butcher spot that I just showed you, you could go to temperature campfire. You could put down a campfire and set up a bill to have them cook the meat on the campfire. Same with our rice and berries. Or we could go to production and you could do this fuel stove. So we'll build one of them, but we need more steel. So where do we find steel? Yeah, whatever. That was just telling me to name my colony. If we look on these mountains, we have these textures. This is the steel. This is compacted steel or compacted machinery that gives us these components, which we need towards the mid game. But let's select this compacted steel. We can mine an individual tile, or if we put mine vein, it will mine the whole entire thing. Now, it looks like build trade is going to do it. I was going to say no one would do it if it wasn't set up in our work zone. So let's expand our work zone some. And he's going to mine some steel, and we'll be able to build our cooking bench. This stuff will spoil in 1.7 days, so we want to get it cooked. This is a fueled stove, so it takes wood, which we have plenty of. Let's go to add bill. We're going to cook simple meal. This bill is going to be for our meat. We'll set up a separate one for the rice that we just harvested. But let's do it for the meat. So I'm going to go details. I'm going to deselect vegetarian. And because I don't want this meat to go bad, we might as well just do it forever. Drop on floor. So anytime we have meat in our stockpiles, it will cook simple meals from it. But we don't want to do that necessarily with our rice, because the meals spoil faster than the rice. So for the rice, we're going to do until we have 10. We can drop that on the floor as well. And then let's deselect meat and animal products. We didn't really need to, well, I guess we needed to kill the squirrel and the grizzly because they were attacking us. But we did have survival meals, so we weren't pressed on food. Build trade is going to town over here mining. We'll let him do his thing, because we will need steel for the research benches, which is the next thing we want to do. So let's get some light into our new room. Oh, because we turned off at the beginning of the game, because we detoggled that house icon, none of this is considered our work zone. So we wouldn't be auto repairing it, even though we have the hammer selected, because we never designated this as our work zone. nor would we clean it. So you can see these little piles. We also can't tell them to clean. But if we go to architect zone, expand home zone, we can now clean, and we'll auto repair. And probably most importantly, if something's on fire, that's the only way they'll put out the fire, is if that fire is located in a home zone. So we also would like to put a home zone on our farm so that if it gets struck by lightning, or if a raider comes in and lights it on fire, our guys will put it out. We're building, we're cooking, we're harvesting. Let's go to production. Let's get our wooden simple research benches up. Since we only have 3 colonists, we'll just do 3 of them. It is day 5. We haven't gotten a raid yet. The first raid should be coming in. The first raid is always just one raider. Regardless of your wealth, it's just one raider. So we're not too scared of it. But I guess I'll just show you. We could build a little trap tunnel coming off of our base to defend ourselves. We could just sally out and meet the guy, which is probably what we'll do. But we also, oh, here comes the raid on cue. So as you notice, it did automatically pause for us, which is nice. We're getting a raid. If we hover over it, it will tell us a little information about the raid. So this guy is attacking immediately. Some people will prepare for a little while. You'll get siege raids. You'll get raids of sappers, guys that come in and destroy your walls. You'll get drop pod raids, people that drop right on top of you. So by hovering over this, it kind of tells you the intentions of the raiders. And then if we click on it, we can jump to the location and it will show us. So this is just one guy, his name is Nelly, and he's got a little knife on him. So let's select our pawns, let's draft them, and let's come up there and meet them. So I can click once to tell them where to go. I can click and drag to kind of set them up in a formation or whatever. So we'll set them in a little formation. We are paused. I'm going to fast forward. And you can see that I'm not able to fast forward. Oh, I fast forward a little too much. I was looking at that. Now that we're kind of in combat, I'm not able to fast forward. It kind of automatically knocks me down to the first speed. So, Nelly, let's pause it for a second. We can take a look at their bio, and we can see their traits and their skills and decide if this is someone that is worth capturing. I don't really want them. Slowpoke, minus 0.2 move speed. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it really is. Slow learner, that's bad. And nervous, they don't have breakdowns. And their skills aren't great, so we don't even care about them. If we did care about them, though, we would need a prison. And that's what I was about to talk about before we got our first raid. Before I mention that, though, what I like to do is, now that I have these guys drafted, if they're hungry right now, if I were to undraft them, maybe it will happen. And they have a male on them, which they do, they'll just eat. So let's see if that happens. Yeah. Okay. So because they're hungry, they just ate. If instead I keep them drafted and move them into my base first, they'll end up eating at the table. When they were up here, they were too far away from the table. I think the table range is like 25 squares. I may be wrong about that. It's somewhere around there. So now these guys will eat at the table, and they won't suffer that 8 at a table debuff. Prison. So if I wanted to recruit this guy, I would need a little prison area, which is just a room that's kind of dedicated to a prison. So I'll set a little one up just to show you. And then maybe next raid we can attempt to recruit someone. All right, so we'll make this a little prison. I like to put a double door because they do destroy the doors when they're having a tantrum or if they're looking to break out, or other people could just destroy the doors or whatever. So I like to double up the doors. Looking back at our plant dock and their needs, we do right now, this is an awful barracks, as you could probably tell. And there's a couple of things affecting that. The first being there is no floor, so it's pretty dirty. And the beauty, because we have all this crap laying around, beauty is no good. So we could, if we wanted to improve the impressiveness of this barracks, we could put down a floor. That will help, first of all, because now we can clean the floor and the dirtiness will go down. So to see this menu, so you probably see me do it, I didn't talk about it, but you can go down to this bar graph, and this will show you the stats about the room. You could also press G, but you can see now our dirtiness factor, or cleanliness. Cleanliness is going up, dirtiness is going down. We could also move all this crap out, put it somewhere else, or we could build, if we go to furniture, and build shelves and put things on shelves. That will help kind of clean up the room as well. I'm not too stressed about it right now. Our mood's doing well. If we were playing on a higher difficulty though, we'd definitely be having breakdowns right now. All right, let's move these guys out. So I double clicked and it selected all the blocks kind of in the area, because I want to move this stuff out. We'll get some lighting in there as well. And now to turn this into a prison, let's go over to furniture, sleeping spot, put a bunch of them down. And now I select the sleeping spot and I say 4 prisoners. Now that will turn that whole room into a prisoner's room. Okay, you need to be careful. If this, I should have done this to show you, but if this was connected to my sleeping area, when these doors break, it will turn this whole area into a prisoner's barracks, including my beds and any food that's in there. My guys wouldn't eat it. It'd be kind of reserved for the prisoners. So I tend to double up the doors, and then sometimes, depending on my build, I'll keep this off of my barracks. We did build the research benches, so now it's telling us we need a research project. So let's go down to research, and I'm going to go straight for geothermal power, which is what I typically do, but I'm going to do it especially because we have this geothermal next to us. But let's go battery first. And we'll go to work. We have everyone's research set to 4, which is the lowest priority. And it's all the way to the right in this menu. So it's the lowest priority. So when they got nothing to do, they'll research. Plant dot, this kind of indicates to us, right? That plant dot got nothing to do, so he's researching. So no idle time. We should always be researching. I'm going to make this room like the production room. So right now this room is a barracks because we have the beds in there. And because of that, these are suffering a work penalty. If we look down here, the work speed factor, because it's not in a workshop. So we're going to make this the workshop. I don't think it's really necessary right now, but I wanted to build this wall at least, because I want to show you a little trap tunnel we can build that's pretty good for the early game. We probably wouldn't need it next raid. If we look at our little book here, our history, yeah, our wealth is somewhat high. Our next raid's probably going to bring, I don't know, we're playing on a low difficulty, so it's probably only going to bring a handful of guys at most. It's actually probably going to bring like 3 guys, so we'd probably be able to face them no problem. But just to show you the trap tunnel, what I like to do, and what's kind of common in the RimWorld community, I guess, is you build 1 wide and then 2 wide. So those will be walls. I'm going to move this door a little bit over. And then we can melee block this doorway. So essentially stick one of our guys in the doorway and block anyone that's trying to come in, just so we don't get overwhelmed while the other guys stand behind them and shoot them. In this tunnel, we can put some of these, if we go to security, we can put some of these spike traps. And then every other tile, we're going to put a spike trap. You can't put them right next to each other. We're going to do it every other tile. Now, your own colonists could hit these and get damaged. A couple things. Let's expand our home zone, right? Because we built new stuff. And you could do it automatically, but this tends to make a zone a little bit bigger than your zone. Like, see this zone that it's creating now that we have it toggled on. So now, like, guys will go and clean this area, and it's kind of a pain. So that's why I like to have it off. If we wanted to clear the home area, which is what we want to do to this spot, we can select clear area. And I do want these traps set to the home area because they'll rebuild them. So if I double click them, you'll see right now they're not set to auto rearm. So when they hit a trap, the trap activates and breaks essentially. But we can set it to auto rearm and they'll auto build them, almost like when a wall gets destroyed. When it's in a home zone, our guys will auto rebuild it. It will be replaced by like the blueprint and they'll auto rebuild. What we also want to do, so right now, if enemies come in here, obviously they're just going to walk around the traps. But if we put up a fence in between these traps, I got kind of kicked out because the guy walked by me. But I can go to the fence and I can do build copy instead of going back into the menu. But if we build these fences in between the traps, our pawns will walk around these fences and not hit the traps. He's not doing it because he's building, or they'll just walk through the fences. But now any raiders that come in, they'll choose to go through the traps as opposed to walk through the fences, because the fences are a slower path than just walking through the traps. I also like to put a fence in this spot so that no animals come in, just wander in and hit our traps and make it so that we're wasting wood. All right, so that's the trap tunnel. We have our prison set up. We got a good flow of food coming in. We could expand this. We got a ton of wood. We got the cooking set up. I'd say now we are pretty stable, right? I'd say that this is, probably the end of the early game. What we want to focus on now is research. Okay, we're pretty secure, we're pretty set up. This trap tunnel, especially on this setting, is going to be good for a number of raids. So we're pretty comfortable. I'm going to pause it for a second. I don't want to get raided right now, and I'll tell you why in a second. But we're pretty comfortable where we're at. Okay, this rice is coming in. We're on a year-long growing map, so we don't have to worry about much right now. Okay, so our focus should be getting the battery, and then geothermal, and then pushing for smithing, machining, gunsmith, blowback, gas operations, precision rifling gets us to assault rifles. Okay, making that push to assault rifles is where you want to go. But to do that, you'll need kind of the advanced research. I'd say that this push, once we get this microelectronics, brings us from the mid game, which I'd say we're kind of getting into now, to the late game. Okay. We also want armor as well. Plate armor, flak armor. And then we can start going towards like drug production to make our own drugs that we can sell or take if that's something you're into, as well as medicine. Okay. Why don't I want to raid right now? Well, because this door is closed, raiders are not on a path into this area. And I also typically build this, for some reason I did it opposite this way, but I typically build this off of my barracks, just so it's kind of easier to get to if I need to block or whatever. But we want, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Right now, because this door isn't open, the raiders are not on a path into us. So we're gonna come down here and say, hold open. We're gonna draft one of our guys. We'll send them over there, open the door. Now this door is gonna remain open. So now any raiders that spawn into our map are gonna pathfind through this door into our base. Okay, and in the process, they're gonna hit all of our traps. I'm also gonna keep this door open so that they're pathfinding all the way to our beds. That's why I said I typically like to have it off of our barracks, because the raiders kind of pathfind to your bed, but this gives them an open area. All right, so we're good. I'm actually going to do this just to show you too. The fourth room that I typically build is my storage area. And what I like to do for this room, just to give us some more room in this room, is to put, and again, you build the way you want, but I like to put my doors down in this spot. And then I can begin building shelves just all along this wall. And I'm gonna pause it for a second. So we're building, I like to build the double shelf, I like to build the single shelves out of wood over the double shelves, because it gives me a little bit more flexibility in what I'm storing. Although I'm going to store everything. But the other reason too is that if this gets destroyed, it's just one unit and they'll destroy the whole thing. This is one unit as well, and they'll destroy one of them, if that makes sense. I don't know if that made sense. But now that we got some shelves down, we can go to storage and we can set whatever we want and whatever priority we want. So we just want whatever's on this floor, we want to get onto these shelves. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it to one of these shelves. Okay, so now this shelf is storing whatever this stockpile is storing. And instead of doing that to all of these, I can hold shift. I'm going to double click this one. And then down here, I'm going to say link settings. So now all of these shelves are linked to the storage shelf that I had selected when I did that. Again, I don't think that's a priority right now. The priority is probably researching, but you know, if we wanted to clean up the barracks, this is how we would do it. If we were suffering, you know, really big mood penalties, this is something that I would look into doing. I'm not going to move the stuff over yet. I'm going to wait until they finish this room and build a roof over it. So now that he's all enclosed, he's going to build a roof. We can delete this stockpile now. We're going to get the warning for low food and medicine. Although we have plenty of food and medicine, it's no longer associated with the stockpile zone. But now they'll stop moving everything over there. I also like to build, so let's select a wooden shelf. We'll build copy. And next to my stove here, I like to build, well, we can't build one here because of the spot for the butcher's table. But on either side, I like to build shelves. One for rice and one for meals. We can do it like this, it's fine. So I'm going to select this, go to storage, clear all. I'm going to set it to critical. Set it to critical. And I'm going to search for meal. So we'll put all of our meals on this shelf. And nothing but our meals. And on this shelf, we're going to clear all, critical, rice. They put stale on there before I could set it to rice. That's why that happened. But now, because it's set on critical, they'll move the rice on there. And they'll fill that up with rice. And when that gets full, they'll put it onto the other one. Okay, and they're also putting the meals on that one. So cleans it up a bit. It makes it more accessible for the guy that's cooking. You'll see, instead of having to run all the way into the stockpile room, you can just grab the rice right from that shelf. All right, let's get ourselves some light in this room as well. And we'll build some floors, because why not? Well, I didn't mean to build that one, but I might as well build floors in there for the future. Again, we're delaying research. We should really be researching now, but just kind of showing you the basic build. All right, we're going to push research as much as we can because we're stable and we got ourselves everything we need in our base. And while I'm pushing research, I'm going to be trying to recruit some of the raiders that come in. So if we look at a journal again, we can see that we got that raid event on day 5.5. It is currently day 11. And I believe Cassandra sends a raid every 6 to 7 days. I know I said it, 6, 7, whatever. So a raid should be coming soon. We still have this stuff. I think this was some of our starting stuff. We never grabbed it because it's outside of our work zone. So the settings that we're playing on right now are very forgiving. It's kind of a chill, laid back, great for a beginner. If we were playing on losing is fun, 500%, which is the hardest difficulty, we'd be having a lot harder of a time. If we were playing on Randy Random, we possibly would have gotten a lot more raids and a lot more events by now. If we were playing on Phoebe Chillax, I think we would have had less events. We should be good to start cruising now. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to limit, so clear some of this work zone just so we're not traveling off and about. This guy, there is some silver up here, 23 silver. I don't really care too much about that. Okay, I'm limiting my area just so we're not wandering around. You see that plant doc's wandering around because he's getting a little recreation. Kind of dangerous because he could have hit one of those traps. So what we could do is clear the work area from inside here. But just remember that you did that because if people hit these traps, we're not going to auto repair them because we don't have the work area set. All right, let's cruise. Research battery. Let's go geothermal. This is going to take us a while. Let's save it. See, we have some autosaves. Now that we named the colony, we chose like a random name. It's going to give us the colony name. I'm going to overwrite this new game because I'm happy with our progress. I'm actually going to take a little break, and I'll see you back for what we'll coin the mid game. So that's the early game. Basic setup. We're pretty stable now. We're pushing research. We got a little trap tunnel. Plenty of food coming in. Our colonists pretty happy. So now I would say we're in the mid game. So when I return, we'll pick up here and we'll push to the late game. All right, so we've successfully entered the mid game. And if you notice, we did get an ambrosia sprout. This is a plant, the ambrosia bush, that we can harvest for ambrosia, which is kind of a drug. I typically use it to sell. A little trick you can do with this is if we set up a grow zone around it, and if we set that grow zone to disallow sowing, so now we won't plant anything here. Instead, we'll just harvest it. So we won't do anything in this area. Well, I guess technically we'll cut down these, we'd come up here and cut down these trees. But we won't plant anything here. We'll just automatically harvest this ambrosia bush whenever it's done growing. So there's a little trick you can do with the ambrosia bush. All right, we are pushing research, right? That's our goal, push research. So let's just fast forward, push research, wait for the raids to come in, let our trap tunnel do all the work for us, capture any prisoners that we may want to recruit, and make our way towards the late game. Tin Man, our horse, developed dementia. He does have an artery block to his heart as well. He is kind of in rough shape. And he's probably going to get hunted by this grizzly bear soon. We could go out and proactively hunt this grizzly bear, but I don't care too much for the horse. Oh, here comes a raid. Okay, so it did automatically pause, so we don't need to freak out. If we, again, click on the announcement, we can jump to the raid, and we see it's just one raider. So because we're on such a low difficulty and we don't have that much wealth, we're not facing any serious raids. But just proof of concept, we'll let the trap tunnel do its thing. They were attacking immediately. Our doors are open, so he paths finds directly to our base, and 2 traps kills him. So now we want to rearm these traps, but remember we turned that zone off, so let's go back in and set the work zone. We also want to get rid of this body, and the only way we have of getting rid of it right now is storing it somewhere. If we store it in this water, it will deteriorate faster. So let's put a little storage zone. Let's set this to first clear all. We'll set the priority to critical. We'll come down here to corpses, and we'll just do human-like corpses, right? We don't want to be storing our fresh animals there that we may kill from hunting. So he's bringing him up here because we never disallowed this. So, and well, probably more importantly, this is not in our work zone, right? So even though we had a higher priority on that area, that stockpile zone, we had it set to critical. We didn't store them there because it wasn't in the work zone, and we had this area set to accept human-like corpses. But now that we put this in the work zone, we move them down there. And we're rearming our traps. Mad Scroll event. So we'll get out there and kill the squirrel. Again, we'll use Plant Dock as our kiter. And you do have to be careful kiting because there is friendly fire. If your pawns are close to each other, there is no friendly fire. They kind of shoot through each other or around each other. But the further away your pawns get, the higher potential there is to friendly fire. So kind of as you're kiting, you may want to be mindful of that. Let's make sure that we expand our home zone to this area. I could tell it wasn't expanded because he wasn't cleaning that area like he just did. Our rice should be coming in soon. Not that we really need any rice. We are overproducing rice. If I was on a higher difficulty level and I was worried about my wealth, if I was, worried about getting really big raids, I'd be more mindful of overproducing because the wealth from rice can add up pretty quickly. But on this difficulty, I'm not too stressed about it. All right, let's push research. And I guess we could take, while these guys are researching, we could take some time to scope out the map, which we never did. So as I pointed out when we talked about mining the steel, these are components. There are some mods that make it so that these are better colored, colorblind resources, I believe is the name of it. I don't know, I'll throw it up on the screen, but I typically like using that mod. That makes it more visually appealing. We have more steel, more components. This is silver. Well, we do have an ancient danger up here. So you can tell by these granite walls that this is a structure. Inside of the structure are some cryogenic caskets that could have pawns in it, that do have pawns in them. Now, those pawns, they could already be dead. They could be hostile. When you open them up, they'll start attacking you. Or they could be kind of neutral. It is an opportunity to recruit some pawns, but there also could be insects or mechs that spawn in there as well. So as the name would suggest, these can be quite dangerous. I would feel comfortable now opening it up on this difficulty, but we'll kind of save that for later. Earlier in the game when we first started, if we spawned a little bit closer to this ruin, we could have taken this table, claimed it, taken it, and we could have avoided building our own table. These are spaceship chunks. We can deconstruct those and we'll get some steel, but more importantly, we'll get components. So as we are now progressing into, the mid game, these components, which we started with a bunch of them, but these components are going to become more and more valuable. So these spaceship chunks are a good source of components. So is the compact machinery, right? We got some more of that compact machinery over here. There can also be resources kind of embedded inside of these mountains or these hills. And, we typically would strip mine to try to reveal those, which we'll, do in the later portions of the game. That's our map. Oh, here comes a raid. So these guys are preparing for a while. The last two raids we had were attacking us immediately. This guy, again, our raid points aren't that high. This guy's just on a, hang around on the edge for a little while, and then start attacking. We have some more ship metal chunks. We did get a visitor come in. I hover over that. It tells me that this guy seems to have a few items to trade. So this guy, Nelson, will sell some stuff very similar to the trader that came in before. So now if we wanted to, I'll show you this. Let's go to Architect, go to Zone. We established that inside zone earlier. Let's extend that to just be the inside of our base. Let's tell our peoples to stay inside. Okay, so now they won't go outside the zone. We can use this trader. He'll hang around for a little while. I think the timing will be good. If we wanted the trader to just deal with this raider, we can just, hang out inside and let him deal with them, which we'll do. So now we get the warning that the raid is beginning, so they're beginning to assault us. We could close this door. Maybe a little too late for it. He may already be pathfinding in. No, he's not. So now he's probably going to go for these guys. We can just let the traders deal with this guy. I'm gonna pause it for a second. I'm going to go and save him. If we had this door closed and, if these traders weren't here, this guy would have just started beating on our walls, or he would have set fire to our farm because he couldn't get to us. Let's reopen that door so I don't forget. Haktua, we'll call him. He has the trait Bloodlust, so he gets a rush from hurting people. He's incapable of dumb labor, social, and mining. He is a pretty good doctor, and he's a good planter, and he could be a good melee block. So while I don't typically take guys that are incapable of dumb labor, he could do some research for us. He's not great at it, but he's a pretty good doctor. So I'll take him. So what I'm going to do here is, if we look at him, his health, he's going to die in 6 hours. We are pretty close to our prison, so we'd probably be fine just just going out there and capturing him, bringing him to the prison, and then hailing him. If he was a little bit further away, what we'd probably want to do is draft one of our guys. Let's draft one of our guys that's actually a doctor. Right click him, and we'll tend him outside here until, his bleeding stops or he's stabilized enough that we can get him into the prison without him dying en route. So like now he's, no immediate danger, so let's capture him. We'll move him to the prison, and I'll show you how we recruit. Let's, while he's doing that, let's set everyone back to the work zone. Okay, we'll let him do what he wants. So now let's select our prisoner, go down to the prisoner tab, and we have this resistance value. So we need to break through this number before we can start recruiting him. So if we set this to recruit, we'll stop breaking through that resistance, and as soon as we break through it, we'll automatically recruit him. If we didn't want to recruit him yet, but if we wanted to lower that resistance, we could just do reduce resistance only. If for some reason we didn't want him, we could execute him, but we would suffer a mood debuff, or we could just release him. And he'll, wander off the map and, I don't know, presumably go back and join his peoples. If we wanted to just maintain him, for some reason, maybe we wanted to sell him. He does have a price. That price will increase as he hails up. So if we wanted to sell him to like a slaver, which is a trader that comes by, we could just maintain him. But we're going to recruit him. He did drop some items. That's some of that ambrosia. That's the stuff that we were talking about up here, the ambrosia bush. We could just orders unforbid all, and we'll go and grab that and store it. Let's expand our zone a bit. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pause it, put a couple blueprints down, and then just like we did, we have this one selected. So now we're going to hold shift, double click one of the blueprints, it selects them all, and we can link it. Now I paused because if they had built one, I thought I was going to build it as I was saying it. Where's my builder? I'll try to show you it. So I told this guy to come build it, but I was holding shift so that he would finish, trying to recruit him first. I didn't want to interrupt him. And now he's going to go and build it. I'll show you why I paused it when I built those shelves. All right, so now that one's built, if I have this selected, if I try to select all these blueprints, which is what they were before the wood got delivered, you notice it's not selecting that one that he built, which is kind of annoying. I could just click it and select it, but that's why I typically pause it when I put the blueprints down, link everything up, and then unpause. All right, let's push some research and recruit Haktua. All right, so we just got a notification that we got an inspiration. So when our mood's good for a good amount of time, I guess, this kind of above this threshold, I guess, we can get inspirations. And we can get a number of different inspirations. This time we got inspired trade. So if Plant Doc were to go out and trade with someone, whether it be someone on the world map, like our neutral factions that we attempted to settle next to, or traders that come in, anytime we trade, we're going to get better deals, right? Trade price bonus when closing his next trade deal. So we could go out and maybe trade some stuff. I think we have a good amount of silver, right? About 1,000 silver. I don't know, we'll just ignore it for now. You could also get like inspired creativity and increases their chances of making legendary or masterwork furniture, or probably more importantly, like weapons or apparel. You could get inspired recruitment. If we got inspired recruitment, we could break through this guy's resistance immediately and, instantly recruit him. So it's like you guys can get mental breakdowns when their mood's too low. This is like the opposite of that. This is the mental boost, maybe, if you wanted to call it that. Pushing research. I guess I might as well. Something I was thinking of. Haktua, which is what we're calling him. He still has a good amount of resistance left, but we can start preparing for him. So let's build him a bed so that we have a bed ready for him. We could replace some of these sleeping spots with beds. We got plenty of wood, we might as well. And we'll do the same little, basic setup as we had before. as we did with our own guys, I should say. Kind of maximizing that end table. We could also build a dresser to increase our comfort level. And now that we get those bed built, we can get rid of this spot and Hawk 2 will go to bed. Prisoners do have moods as well. If their moods get too low, they can go berserk, they can have breakdowns. I guess we can also put some floors down for them. Or her, right? It is Hawk 2. I don't know if I'm gonna get copyright for referring to her. I hope not. I hope this world isn't that fickle. If that's the case, I'm not talking about anyone specifically. I'm just talking about the sound that you make when you spit on that thing. All right, we do get a slaver, so this is what I was talking about. I could sell Hawk 2 to the slaver. We do have that inspired trade on Plant Dock. So we'll go see what the slave has got for sale. It is a slaver, so we could buy some slaves if there's anyone that we want and if we can afford them. So we could sell Hawk 2 for $400. We could buy Porcupine and Orange for 1,000. Not that I'm able to afford that. We could sell these package mails, but there's really nothing that I want to buy from this guy. We could potty it up and buy some yayo. If I do sell these package mails, it will get me enough to buy Porcupine and Orange. Orange is kind of old, 65. Orange is probably how you guys say it. Take a look at him. Jogger, masochist, not really a fan of masochist. Incapable of intellectual. I mean, all I'm really doing right now is researching. He's a decent doctor, but we got doctors. He's a really good shooter in melee. Good with animals. I know, he's 65. He's really not worth it. What about Porcupine? Porcupine, Bloodlust, which is kind of neutral. Good shooter, good with animals. I mean, he's not that great of a pawn either. But we might as well add him, whatever. Sure. Porcupine, welcome to the crew. Alright, so we don't have to recruit him or anything because we bought him from the slaver. Let's set their work priority. I guess he's my hunter. Not bad at growing. Not good, but not bad either. We'll make him haul and clean, and we might as well build another research bench for him. That can help our research. So at this, early mid stage of the game, Porcupine, definitely good to take. It's going to help us increase our research, right? That increases by 25%. Or 25%, yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know math. I do know math, but I don't feel like doing math right now because I'm trying to have fun. In math, I guess it can be fun, but... Let's rename Porcupine Animal. He's only really good at animals. Animal plant. He's an animal plant. We gotta get a rice harvest in. So if you notice right now, even though we set our males to stop when we reach 7. Because we're dropping them on the floor, they're not being counted. Because we have this shelf so close, we could just set it to that shelf. So take the best stockpile, and now he'll put it on the shelf, and you'll see that it gets counted up. So it is, sometimes it can be a little dangerous to set these to drop on floor. I think it's useful in the beginning when you don't have a nearby stockpile. The guy could just sit there and burn through all of your rice. And again, those meals are going to deteriorate in 2.5 days, whereas this rice stays good for 30 days. So, all right, researching is the name of the game. The name of the game is RimWorld, but for us, it's researching. We have a group of travelers passing by. These guys don't have anything for sale. They're just passing by. If we wanted to, we could try to capture them. That would anger this faction, though. If you notice, this guy, Odie, has unwavering loyal. He's unwaveringly loyal. Unwaveringly loyal. Unwavering loyalty is probably the way that I would say it, but if you couldn't tell, I'm not that proficient with words. But anyway, that unwaveringly loyal means we can't recruit him. If we tried to capture him, we'd only have the option of releasing and executing. I don't know if you can sell him. You may be able to sell him, but we wouldn't be able to recruit him because he's so loyal to his faction. But this guy, Josh and Sale, we could attempt to capture them if they were any good. In doing so, we would then get attacked by these guys, and we would anger this faction. And they would start raiding us. We wouldn't be able to trade with them. All right, so we get kind of the end game quest. So in vanilla RimWorld, there's 2 ways to beat the game. I guess there's 1 way to beat the game, and that's to fly away in a spaceship. There's 2 ways of obtaining that spaceship. You could build it yourself, which takes a bunch of resources, which is what we're going to do for this playthrough. But you could also go find a spaceship that already exists in the world. And the tile that it's located isn't revealed to you until you get this Ship to the Stars quest. So this tells us that some friendly AI revealed a starship hidden on this planet and sends us the coordinates. So let's jump to the landed ship, and it typically spawns far away from where you settled. And it's typically in more hostile terrain, obviously depending on where you settled. Okay, because we settled on the far left side, it had an opportunity of spawning on the far right side or the far north or the far south. Okay, even if we chose to start in the north, it wouldn't have spawned right there, right? It would have spawned far away from us. But anyway, we could attempt to travel all of this distance and then settle on this tile, and there would be a ready-made ship there for us. So that's one way of obtaining the ship. The other way is building it on any tile that you choose. We're going to go with that option. What was I talking about before? Did I resolve what I was talking about? Yeah, I guess it must have not been important. Let's research and try to recruit Hawktua. We did receive another quest. This is a hidden cache, or a hidden cache or catch. It's supplies. And these supplies are a psychic smooth pulsar. So this just kind of gives us a mood boost. And this is located on a tile that's relatively close to us. So if we wanted to travel there, we could go try to get that supply. It's only good for 14 days. The quest will expire. And it says that there's an unknown threat. Some of these quests will tell you what the threat is. This one's telling you it's unknown. We're not going to do it, so we can just delete it. Because we bought the animal plant, Porcupine I think his name was, he took Hawktua's bed, so let's get Hawktua another bed. Because we're about to recruit them, right? Yeah, their resistance is at 1.2, so about to be recruited. And I wanted to do something else. Oh yeah, might as well give Animal Plant a weapon. We are close to finishing our geothermal power. So if we open up the screen, we can see our progress. We are closing in on 3,000 out of 3,200. So we should be done with that soon. And that will allow us to powerize our base. Now there is, I was not talking about this when I built the geothermal, but if we wanted to get power sooner, we could have went with the wind turbine, which costs 100 sail and 2 components, which we have plenty of resources. We could have opted to do that. We could have went with a chem fuel power generator. We don't have a way of making chem fuel right now. There are a few ways of getting chem fuel, which I'll talk about later on. Or we could have went with a wood fire generator, which also costs 100 steel and 2 components. Which again, we have plenty of. We have plenty of wood, so we could have opted to do that if we wanted power sooner. But the geothermal is a lot more efficient, so I didn't mind waiting. We did recruit Hawktua, and if you notice, I'll pause it for a sec. Whenever we recruit someone, they're set to unrestricted, so you got to kind of be careful because they'll just kind of wander off. So let's set them to work. They were going to deconstruct that, which is important, but not right now. And we'll go to the work tab and we'll set Hawktua is a good doctor. So with cooking, because we're making these meals, we really don't want anyone under level 6, or else we have a risk of getting food poisoning. You know, Hawktua is not bad at it, but it is for making meals. And because they don't have a burning passion, it would take them a while to build up to level 6, so we just won't even do it. I don't really want them constructing either. If I needed another builder, I guess, I'll have them grow and plant. But more importantly, they're going to be used for research. Let's build ourselves another research bench. And we're just about done with geothermal. I wanted to change Hawktua's name. So if we go to bio, we can change the name. Let's do it like this, just in case. copyrighted that or whatever, so. All right, we finished geothermal. And pause it for a sec. So now if we go to the steam geyser, we can build our geothermal generator. We can also access it from the power menu. This is going to take 340 steel and 8 components. I do like that it's located close to our base, but we are going to lose some of this fertile ground, which I'm not too stressed about because we got a bunch of it, right? We are going to build this. There's a couple things I'm going to do though before I start building it. So I'm going to place it and I'm going to say don't build it yet. And then I'm actually going to build some walls around it so that the raiders don't destroy it. I'll typically go double or triple wall. We'll just go double for now. And we'll build ourselves a marble doors. And then what I also want to do is come to zone and remove roof area. I don't want to build a roof over it. So they'll build that wall first and they can build the geothermal. And then we also want to get ourselves a battery so that we can store the energy. And we'll put this right here. And then we need to run power from the geothermal to our battery and then around our base. We have 2 options for that. We can use a regular power conduit, which costs 1 steel per tile. The power conduits are exposed, so they could get zap events when they're exposed. That could kind of drain your power, start fires. They could also get attacked by enemies. Alternatively, we could use the hidden conduit, which kind of buries them on the ground. This costs 2 steel per tile. I tend to just use the hidden conduit. You could put the power conduit in the wall and that kind of protects it, but I still just go with the hidden conduit. So this will connect it to the battery once they build it. But I'm also just going to kind of run it throughout my base for the future. I'm not too worried about getting stale, so I can be kind of liberal with it. So you see that regular power, the hidden conduit, as you can imagine, is just going to be hidden. Okay, so we have another event, a party. Animal Plant decides to throw a party. So they'll party it up and that will give them a nice little mood boost. So now that we finished geothermal, it's telling us we need to select a research. Let's go with smithing, and then we'll kind of make our way down the bottom end of the zone. Something's getting attacked. This bear attacked an ibex. Let's expand our grow zone out a bit. So you can see that dark area is the fertile soil. So I mean, you don't always have to open up this overlay menu. We'll expand it since we lost a little bit, even though we are kind of overproducing. But we did also recruit and buy some pawns, so. Again, on this difficulty, overproducing is really not going to hurt us, that increased wealth. I'm still pretty good on steel and components, so. All right, we'll let them build and research, and If I wanted to kind of increase the speed here, because right now we only have one guy constructing, Haktua, right, wasn't that bad at constructing. Dock plant isn't either. So I wouldn't, it wouldn't feel bad having them build the walls, but definitely for the geothermal, I want build trade to do that. You can fail, and that wastes some resources. Although I don't even know if you'd be able to build this. You may need you need skill 8, which build trade has. So these other guys wouldn't even attempt building it. But we're almost done anyway, so. All right, now that we got the wall done, we can allow this, and he'll stop building that. To get another raid, they're attacking immediately. This time it's 2 guys. We could probably, take them on with the guns that we have, but we'll just let the traps do their work. So we'll set everyone to inside. We do have the door open, so they should pathfind to us. So they're not, because they seen us go inside. So he banged on the door a little bit and then got bored of it, I guess, and took the traps. And when you kill enough of the raiders, they'll kind of break and they'll flee. So that's what that guy's doing. And we'll set everyone back to work. Because we recruited these guys, they have a different schedule than everyone else. We can just copy and paste. If we needed more recreation variety, we could build ourselves a chess table next to the chairs on our dining table. And we'll build another chair. Might as well build 5 since we have 5 colonists. Another mad squirrel. I think that's like the 3rd mad squirrel we got. So now he's gonna hit these traps. So if we wanted to kind of avoid that, we could have went out and sallied him. But we didn't. He hit the trap, and now we gotta fix 3 of them. Which isn't a big deal. Set our work zone. Build trade will do that when he's not busy. So even though these other guys are not set to building, they will haul the resources. Yeah, so they hauled the wood, but they won't build it. All right, our geothermal's up. So this produces 3,600 watts. It's telling us we're storing it in this battery, and this battery is capable of storing 600 watts. And what we can do now is, instead of having these torch lamps, which require us to refuel them, we can replace them with some standing lamps or some wall lamps. We do need some more wood. And we do want to get a lamp in the prison as well. Yeah, so now we're not, wasting wood on those torches. And we got plenty of electricity. This one geothermal is going to last us a while. As I said, we could have went with the wind turbines, but they only produce, how much do they produce? They produce a good amount, 2,300, but obviously that's dependent upon the wind. So you kind of get fluctuations, whereas the geothermal is just this constant stream of energy. And we have more around the map. We got another one right here, which is pretty nice. We'll probably end up using 2 or 3 of them by the end of this. It is nice though to have 2 of them really close. They will break down, and you'll have to maintain them. So with that said, let's make sure that we expand that home zone to cover them. Our grizzly bear's hunting our horse. Visitors have a few items to trade. So these villagers that wander in, I'll see if Nag has one. They're a really good source of reinforced barrels. So these are used to build mortars. A little bit too early for us to do that, but they do have components. It's a good rule of thumb to always buy components. You will need a lot of them in the later game. We do have enough for all of them, so might as well buy them. I'm just going to set him to unrestricted so that he can haul those, and then I'll send him back to work. We did finish smithing. So now let's go for machining. And that smithing unlocked an electric smithy, which I never really use. I mean, you can build some weapons with it, but they're kind of minor weapons. Way more important is the machining table. Yeah, so we're just, pushing research and letting the storyteller send us stuff. On harder difficulties, this obviously would be harder. We'd be getting bigger raids. Our wealth multiplier would be higher. We'd also be probably dealing with more mood stuff. If we were playing on Randy Random, we could have had a bunch of raids at this point. We are suffering from heat stroke. And now that we have access to power and plenty of components, we could make... So there's two things we could do. We can make a passive cooler, or a couple of these passive coolers, which takes a good amount of wood. But we could make an electric cooler, which is kind of expensive in components. But we can set one up in our barracks. Because right now we're getting this slept in heat debuff, we're getting the sweaty debuff. So again, on harder difficulties, these would really be affecting us. On the difficulty we're playing at, we get this very low expectations, which is giving us 24 points of mood. If we were on losing is fun, 500%, which is the hardest difficulty, I'm pretty sure this would be at 0 right now. So, we would be struggling a bit with our mood. Let's build this. And on the opposite side of this, I'm going to put a marble door. Obviously the blue side is where the cool air comes in, but it does exhaust heat. If you were to put this kind of in the room like this, you could put the door on that heat zone like I did in the walls, and that will kind of dissipate the heat in that one tile. If you didn't put the door there, the heat would go off into the room. And then I like to keep that door open. We are getting attacked immediately by 2 guys. I'm really not afraid of them. But I am going to sally out and see if we can down one of them and maybe recruit them. So if you noticed, when we killed him, Plant Doc got a little red bubble. And that was because they're now observing a corpse. These guys got a little green bubble. And that's because they witnessed a death with bloodlust. So this, their trait, bloodlust, they get a rush when they kill someone or witness the death of someone else. This is smoke leaf, so like a joint, which is good for increase in mood, but they do get stoned and take a nap, eat more food. No, I don't know if they eat more food. That would be funny. They should. I'm not sure if that happens. But they are less productive when they're high, which fits, used to tell myself I was more productive, but, you know, I don't know about that. We did get transport pod, so we get these events that send us people that we could potentially capture. I'm not really interested in this guy. If I did want to, though, if you notice, he is bleeding. He's going to die in 2 hours. So instead of just capturing him, I would try to tend him with a doctor. Very similar to what we talked about when I had that prisoner. I think he was like on this corner. I would do the same with the drop pod. I'd go out there and tend him so he's no longer bleeding, and then I would arrest him so that he doesn't die as we're carting him back. All right, we are suffering from heat stroke. And this is mainly because I'm going to venture to guess he's not wearing any pants. Oh, he is wearing pants. But it's sheep's wool. So it's pretty hot. And he's primarily working in this area, which is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Whereas this area is 85 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's, I don't know, it's not really affecting him too much. Just initial heat stroke. I'm not too worried. Oh, if you notice when I'm just kind of chilling and letting the game run, I'm pressing F11 to get rid of the menu. You do got to be careful though. You probably noticed when stuff happens, you don't get the alerts. You get the audio alert, but you don't get the visual alert. These wild hail roots, you can harvest them for this herbal medicine. I haven't been too stressed about it because we started with a ton of the blue medicine, which is the second best quality. There is also Glitter World medicine, which is the best quality, but the only way of getting that is finding it or trading it. You can't grow it like you can with the hail root. You can plant that. You need a minimum skill of 8. And then you can produce the blue medicine at a medicine table. And at the drug lab, of course, you can make other drug. Like the aforementioned smoke leaf and yayo and flake. Typically, a good moneymaker is planting this psychoid plant and making flake out of it. Or yayo. If you wanted to grow your own trees, you could plant the smoke leaf and you can craft it, craft up the joints. You could set, I might as well show you this. I don't use this often, but a lot of people do. You can manage drug policies and you can kind of set, how often you want them to use each one of the drugs. Go juice is pretty good, as the name would suggest. It makes you work more productively, but you can't get addicted to it. Psych IT, I don't know if you can get addicted to it, but this is kind of a mood boost. Wake up, it's kind of dangerous. You do get addicted quickly. Luciferium, you kind of want to stay away from. It's never safe. You will get addicted to it, and there's no way of producing it. So if you can't get your supply, you go and die. Right? You can make beer. That ambrosia was the stuff that we talked about earlier. This stuff, which is ready to harvest. And because we set up this little zone, they should be harvesting it automatically, but we don't have our work zone up there. They are going to chop down these trees, but they're not going to plant anything there because we didn't allow any sowing. But they'll go up there now, and because this is ready to harvest, they'll harvest it. And you can get a few harvests out of this. All right, so he just harvested the ambrosia, and you can see that it's starting to grow again. And then it'll eventually, just kind of disappear. 3 or 4 harvests I think you can get out of it. I don't typically use the ambrosia. I typically just sell it. I think the Psych IT is probably more safe. So we are getting a notification over here, tattered apparel. So if we take a look at Animal Plant's gear, his button-down shirt has dropped to less than 50%, so now it's quote-unquote tattered, and he's going to suffer a mood penalty for that, this ratty apparel. When we get a tailor and bench, I'll show you how we deal with that. With that said, let's actually plant some cotton, and we can start harvesting some cloth. Should have done this earlier. We do need cloth to craft these flak vests, so it is good to plant this cotton really as soon as you can. It's also used for clothing, obviously. We finished machining. Let's go for gunsmithing. And we got a shaman merchant. Good source of medicine if we needed it, but we'll sally out and see what he's got for sale. Components, he doesn't have any. This Nutrimine is used to craft the blue medicine. I believe it is Nutrimine, herbal medicine, and cloth. We can sell him the ambrosia, we can sell him the smoke leaf. And we're not really interested in buying it. We could buy some ducks from him. The ducks are annoying, to say the least. They do produce eggs. Obviously, that's what ducks produce. But they do produce eggs in the game as well that you could eat. Yes, you eat eggs. But there's better animals. Mainly animals that you can milk. Yaks and cows. Goats. People. I mean, you can milk people, I guess. Not in this game, but people do produce milk at certain times in their life cycles. All right, researching. We did unlock the machining bench. We don't have much use for it right now, but I will build one and just kind of show you. Making this our production zone. With that said, we might as well move our stone cutters in here as well. There's gunsmith. So we could make bolt action rifles right now, which have a pretty high range, pretty good for kiting enemies. I was fearful of like a mech raid. I would consider crafting some. So our machining bench, first of all, we can shred mechanoids. We're just gonna set this for do forever right now. Right now we can make, kind of solder stuff. If we wanted a burn tunnel, which I will build in this playthrough, we do have access to Molotov cocktails, incendiary launcher. We do need that chem fuel for it. And if we wanted to kind of rush chem fuel production, we could research this biofuel refinery where we can input wood or our rice and we can make some of that chem fuel. Alternatively, obviously we can trade for some, or we could try to tame one of these boomalopes and we can milk them. Another thing we can milk, but they don't give us milk, they give us chem fuel. The stove needs a kitchen to get 100% work factor speed. So even if we moved it to the workshop, it wouldn't be benefiting. I like to keep it inside my barracks. We don't need to worry about this cooler making it too cold unless we set it to cold. If we wanted to build a refrigerator, so a storage unit for our food, this is what we would use. We'd use the coolers and crank them down. And I can do that in this to show you. Really no need for it now. What I did want to talk about was, especially on higher difficulties, we would have considered getting an outer wall. So let's kind of plan that out. I don't really feel like we need it, but in the spirit of the game, we would want an outer wall. And I like to try to make use of, the natural features. I do want to encapsulate some of this fertile soil though. Eventually we're going to grow our drugs there. So I may kind of plan out my wall something like this. We'll try to use this. Now this is pretty aggressive. You know, that's kind of a lot of building. This may actually be an outer wall. You know, on higher difficulties, I may do an inner wall somewhere closer to my base, but I felt pretty good about this. So we're not able to build in this red zone. That's why I turned that terrain on. So we'd have to kind of do something like this. And I typically triple up this wall. So I'm going to be mindful of that to give myself enough room. So we'll come in with it. But I'm just kind of planning out the outside of the wall. And we'll have them connect. Something like this. And the burn box that I mentioned, I'll probably put over here. But we'll do that a little bit later. Alright, we've got some notifications here. We finished gunsmith and let's go blowback operations. Psychic suit, so a little mood boost. We had a solar flare that looks like we're over. Eclipse affecting our plant growth, but we got plenty of food. So we're good. Let's turn the terrain off. I'm going to prioritize research, but if we wanted to go for these walls, I'd probably switch now. Not switch, but add sandstone blocks. And I'd probably go something like do until you had 400, drop on floor, copy that over to the other one. Right, and I'd start building my wall here. Probably don't have the option, but if we started chopping some blocks, we'd have the option for a sandstone wall. And then I'd start, you know, maybe every 12 or 10 or something, build a door, and then get our wall going. We'll do that though. Yeah, so if I was on high difficulty, I'd be kind of balancing trying to get to assault rifles. So trying to push my research and get this outer wall. But you know, we have managed to keep our wealth flow. So even on higher difficulties, I don't think we'd be getting, you know, that intensive raids. This trap tunnel would probably be good enough. To trap tunnel with a melee blocker, couple melee blockers, you know, I'd kind of situate them this with our two guys in the back here. I think this would probably be good even on, you know, even on 500%. I'm on 500%, I'd probably want that wall. At some point though, we're gonna unlock this microelectronics, and we're gonna have to build this high-tech research bench, and we're probably only gonna build 2 or 3 of them. So we're gonna have some time. So we did get new lovers. So Plant Doc and Hawk Tua decided to tie the knot. So now they'll want to sleep together, which I think it is fitting that Hawk Tua is the first one to fall in love. So let's build them a double bed. And they'll get a mood boost from sleeping together. I'm not using any DLCs. In the biotech DLC, you can have children. In vanilla, you can't. But they do get a mood boost for sleeping together. And eventually they'll actually, they may even get it now. Yeah, sleeping alone, they're getting a debuff for not sleeping together. And now we can select that bed and we can assign Hawk Tua and who was it? It was Doc Plant. So now they'll sleep together and they'll eventually get married. We can get a little marriage spot for them. So right now they are engaged, or they're lovers, sorry. Doc Plant will propose marriage. There is a chance that Hawk Tua will reject it and we'll get a big, you know, mood debuff and they'll want to go back into separate beds. But if Hawk Tua decides to accept it, then they'll get engaged. They'll, you know, that lover will change into a fiance and then they'll eventually get married. And, you know, as is traditional, Hawk Tua will take the last name of Eddie Plant Doc Hain, in case you didn't know how traditional marriage worked. All right, we are just about done with gas operations. If we wanted to, we could go plate armor and then flak armor. And this would unlock flak vests for us, which requires components steel, and cloth. Considering we don't really have the cloth right now, and I'm not too worried about armor, I'm just going to push to microelectronics. And then microelectronics kind of opens up this end, late game research, and then the fabrication, which allows us to actually craft components, gets us kind of into the end game. So I would say, kind of early, mid is kind of what we're in. We're progressing into the late game, and then we have the end game, and then eventually we can start to build our own ship. So let's go microelectronics. Got a mad buck, and you see because we put that fence there, well, he ended up destroying it, but it was preventing him for a little while anyway from destroying our traps. All right, let's get the microelectronics done, and then we can get some of these high-tech research benches, which is going to require a good amount of stuff, so we'll probably have to start going out and mining. But it's at that point where I'll start focusing on the walls for this run anyway. I might as well show you the caravan. So if I wanted to trade with people, which is why we set up here, right? We said we had these two neutral factions that we could trade with. Let's send out a trade caravan. I don't have much to trade, but just to show you. So I could do it two ways. I could select the caravan hitching spot and form a caravan, and then select, wherever I want to go. Or we could do it from the world map, select where we want to go, and then send a caravan, accept, and it brings up the same menu as if I did it this way. And we select the pawn that we want to go. So I think we had a social pawn. Yeah, build trade. I don't really want to send my builder, but I guess we're not really building anything. A horse is a pack animal, so that's going to increase our capacity. And then we can go over to items and select whatever we want to take with us. I could craft some clothing with this stuff and help with that tattered apparel, but we'll just sell it. And we'll take the silver and this crap as well. And we'll take some food with us and some medicine if we need to self-tend. We can get ambushed on our way. We could also run into traders on the way. So now that we form the caravan, of course, I get a manhunter pack as soon as I do that. So I guess this is a good opportunity to show you. I could select my guy, and I could cancel forming the caravan. Or I could kind of rush him out, force him to depart. Let's cancel it because we're getting this manhunter pack, which is the first one of this run. We have a bunch of these squirrels. We've had manhunter events, or mad events, I guess they're called, where animals on the map just became mad and wanted to attack us. Now we're getting a manhunter event where animals come from the outside and try to attack us. I guess the biggest difference is they have the scaria where they want to attack us, but also they're infectious, so when we kill them, we can't harvest them. Again, this is kind of a low raid. On higher difficulties, this would maybe be like, 10 leopards or something, or elephants, or rhinos, or sloths, or something more dangerous than these squirrels. But these guys are going to immediately come and attack us. So what I typically would do is send these people, just have them stay inside. They're going to run into these traps. They'll probably have to break down this fence first. If I had walls, I'd set people to go inside of my walls, and I would just let that manhunter pack just run around, and they'll eventually kind of give up. We'll kind of see what happens with these guys. I do have that door open, so they're going to be attracted to us. If I shut this door, but this would effectively work the same as the walls if I didn't allow them to pathfind to me first. They would have just kind of ran around, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm doing a good job of explaining that. So now we need a spot for these rotting animals, because I'm not going to be butchering them. So let's get another spot over here. We'll set this to critical. We'll go animal corpses, but I just want to put rotten ones there, so I'm going to uncheck fresh. And let's put everyone back to work. What was I doing before that? I don't know, I forget. Interrupted. You're constantly interrupted in RimWorld. Regardless of if you're making a video or not. You're just going to get interrupted. Anything you want to do, just going to get interrupted doing it. Oh, I was doing the caravan. Well, I guess I showed you how to set it up, so I'm sure I'll do another caravan. I want to get this research done. So we did get a meteor strike jade, which is great for making works of art. We did get another quest too. Advanced components, these are pretty good. 2 manhunting monkeys. I'm actually going to go out and get these. We need these advanced components later on. We need a bunch of them if we're planning on building the ship. So the more the merrier. Okay, we've unlocked microelectronics. See, I told you, you're always getting interrupted with these pop-ups. Whenever you're trying to do something, whenever you're trying to explain something, and then you get sidetracked, and you don't remember what you're doing, and scatterbrain. All right, one thing at a time. I was talking about the jade. Jade for making sculptures, I guess, not that important right now. Research. We have unlocked microelectronics. If I want to continue going on this path, which I do, because I want to unlock precision rifling, I need to use the high-tech research bench. So we are going to make 2, because I think I have enough components. I do not, but I will get some. What I like to do as well around my machine bench is make 2 shelves like I did around the stove. And I'm going to put steel on one. And I'm going to put components and advanced components. That's what you mainly use at the machine bench. Also, I hate having to dig inside my general storage to find out what I got. All right, so I got 17 components. So I could make one right now. I don't think I have enough steel for it. But I'm going to put 2 of them down. And we'll keep those up for now. And I need more components and more steel. So we had components here. So let's mine this vein. Set our work zone to it. So they'll go buying those components. And then we needed more steel as well. I have some. Right here. Okay, so we'll mine those and we'll chop this wood too, I guess. So the high-tech research bench is just a more advanced research bench that allows you to research anything. It's kind of the wall for this advanced research, but you're still able to use it to research things lower than it. And there are some things we still want lower. That's why I'll keep the simple research benches around. I guess one thing I'll point out while you're mining, you do got to be careful sometimes. So I clicked on that little house button to show the overhead roof. Sometimes you can mine out too much and the roof will collapse and your guy will get crushed. But you see this light green? This is just, you know, regular roof that you could build and remove. But you'll also have this dark roof, which is overhead mountain, which you can't remove. And underneath that overhead mountain, insects can spawn. So if I were to mine out this area and have a bunch of exposed overhead mountain, there's potential for insects to spawn in there. And insects can be pretty deadly. But I guess I started this conversation by saying, as you're mining, you know, you kind of got to be careful, you know, so I may want to, you know, remove this roof before I dig in any deeper. The limit, the extent, I probably should have explained this when I built up my base, is 11 tiles. So these 2 walls are 11 tiles apart. If I were to try to extend any further, this like inner roof could collapse. Now I could build a wall there, obviously. I could also build some columns there to hold up the roof. But that's why, again, I should have explained this when I was planning out the base. That's why I went 25 or, 13 by 13. That's kind of the max of the room you can build to sustain a roof without having to build anything in the middle. I'm actually going to stop this right now because I don't want them delivering any of these. Well, I guess I have enough components for each. But they'll kind of prioritize delivering steel to this one now before they split it into this one like they just did. So I have enough to build this one now, so a little micromanaging. And that's what's nice about this game is, the pawns will kind of do things on their own, and you can set up those priorities, and you can just kind of set it and forget it, or you can decide to kind of micromanage as much as you want. All right, let's have them build that advanced research bench, and then we'll go precision rifling first so that we can start making assault rifle. What you kind of want to be careful of is you only have a certain amount of advanced components on your map. Actually, we kind of lucked out. We got a good amount. But eventually you're going to run out of them on your map. Now you could go and trade for them, and you should always be trading for advanced components. ABC, always buy components. But if you're, playing on a map and you have some type of restriction, you're doing some type of challenge, you're using a modded storyteller, if you're not really able to go out and buy components, you can craft your own components in this fabricator or the fabrication bench. So sometimes you may need to manage your components to make sure you can get up to the fabrication bench first, and then start going crazy and building all kinds of assault rifles and things that require components. I'm sorry if I just yelled that to you. I couldn't hear myself over the flash storm. So we are getting hit with a heat wave and a flash storm at the same time. That flash storm would have brought us some lightning strikes, so now you can see everything's on fire. Our base is fine though. Looks like it only happened down south. We should start to get some rain now. We have 4 colonists that are idle. That's because we didn't set the research. Only 2 people can research now. So actually what I'm going to do is start chopping these sandstone blocks. And we can start focusing on our outer wall. Our cloth is about to come in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build ourselves an electric tailor bench. And this is what I said. If I were managing my components, if I was afraid I wouldn't get enough, I was afraid I couldn't trade for them, I'd probably just go with a hand tailoring bench instead, as this doesn't cost any components. But I'm going to go with the electric one. And we'll pause it for a second. We'll set our bills. I like to make button-down shirts, dusters, and pants. And what we can do is for each one of these, we can go into details. We can say, do until I have one that is over 51%. I guess for now, we'll just say, make it out of anything. And I want to take it to the best stockpile. And I'm going to choose Hawk Tour. You can, and now by doing this, we'll make a button-down t-shirt. Whenever we don't have one in stock that's above 51%. So this guy that we talked about this earlier, Animal Plant, who is currently wearing a shirt that's below 45% and pants that are below 50%. That's that kind of tattered cutoff. So by setting it up this way, you can kind of have a constant supply, so long as you have the resources, right, of clothing that is not tattered. So the more you know. And I'm going to build a shelf to store all of my resources that I can use for clothing. Tin Man, our horse, had a heart attack. So what we need to do to save him is heal him until the heart attack percentage is down to 0. If I was really worried about it, I'd build him a little pen. Well, I guess I can do that. I guess we can save old Tin Man. So I told you, I'm trying to do stuff up here and getting distracted down here. I'll show you. Build him a little pen, a little fence gate. Then you need this pen marker. We were looking on this. Just kind of keep an eye on. Oh, we are able to treat them. I wasn't sure if that was working. I want textiles. That's what I want. So put textiles on there. And then this one is where our finished clothing will go. So we'll bump this up to 51. And we want button-down shirt, duster, pants. All right, we've made a bunch of sandstone. We're getting that research done. Well, let's start on the outer walls. So I'm gonna go every 12. You know, generally speaking. And I'm doing it like this because now I have access. So once I have these walls built, you know, the raiders aren't gonna have access to our base. So they're gonna come in, they're gonna spread out, and they're gonna start banging on the walls. Well, we can then go kind of sally out, come out of the doorway, shoot them, run back into the doorway, or do whatever we need to do. So having, you know, a good spread of access points is beneficial in that respect. Let's make sure we're working that area, or else they won't build the walls. And we can start deconstructing these ship parts as well. Build trade's got heat stroke because he's outside working. Once he comes back inside to rest and go to sleep, he'll be fine. It's 87. Because we have this door open, we're probably not being as cool as it would be. Maybe. I'm assuming that's, you know, what my grandfather always told me anyway, you know, don't leave the door open while the AC's on. So we do have a bunch of people with heat stroke. If you were worried about it, you could draft everyone and put them in that room, right? It's 73. If you look on the bottom right, 73 in this room. So just by having them sitting here, that alleviates that heat stroke. All right, we are getting our cloth in, and we'll start making some clothing. I'm gonna go into assign. I'm gonna go manage apparel policies. So right now they're kind of by default set on anything. We're going to choose, it may be a little too early to do this because we don't have that much cloth. Maybe we'll just do this for now. We'll allow them to wear everything, but only things that are not tattered, so just above 51. I was gonna set it to the button down and everything, but I don't think we'll be able to produce enough with our limited cloth. This is what I was afraid of by setting it to 51. You know, people are gonna remove their clothes and then gonna have this unhappy nudity. So I really don't set that until I have a good source of textile materials. Again, you could always go out and hunt it and create your own source. You know, you could go grab these buffalo. You could try to tame them so that you get the buffalo fur, or you could just kill them and get the buffalo hides. Here comes the rain and the thunder, and I can't hear myself think, so I'm just yelling at you. All right, I would like to be researching as I'm building this wall. So let's take a look at what people are doing. I'm gonna do this instead. Yeah, I would like you to cut, but I want you to do research before you do hauling and cleaning. Although it is kind of a mess in here. So we lost some of our fence deconstruct. I guess it's not even worth it to have such a small little pen. He's probably better off on the caravan hitchens post. And he has access to all this grass. All right, so we got our wall up. Let's add, not the whole wall, but a good portion of it. Let's add some doors. Now, eventually on your outer wall, you probably want to get yourself some auto doors, research auto doors. These cost components, more of a late to end game thing, but it is helpful because these stone doors take a little while to open. Those auto doors are quick, so as you're kind of getting chased, it can be good to do that. What is your problem here? You were rebuffed by Hawk2. Well, Hawk2's got a guy, so keep it in your pants. Go after someone else. What about Doc Play? I knew it. He was rebuffed twice. Hawk2 just attracting all the guys. Understandably so. Although Animal Plant is a female as well. No one's trying to get with her. I mean, there is a reputation here. So, you know, I don't blame him. Let's see what Owen's got for sale. Bulk's good trader, so they are going to have components. I don't think I'm going to be able to afford all these, but we'll see. Let's sell leather. I do have a good amount of ambrosia. That's going to help me out, yeah. And all this apparel that we don't want to wear, we're selling that. Some more of those reinforced barrels if we wanted to get mortars. Not too stressed about mortars. Here's some of that chem fuel. If we had a burn box and needed a source of fire, we could get the chem fuel and use some of our cloth to build that Molotov cocktail. We could sell Tin Man, but I want to keep him around. I'm starting to grow towards them. We have a bunch of rice we could sell since we are overproducing, and that's a reason for overproducing is to sell it. So sell it. And we got a bunch of components, so 40 components. We do want to start making assault rifles when we research it. Raid, good timing. Good timing. So we're starting to get some raiders with guns, although these are smoke launchers and EMPs, so this really would do nothing to us. I don't know, I get it is what it is, I guess. So, I mean, how important is it to get assault rifles on this difficulty? You know, still important, but I guess way more important on higher difficulties. We'll let these guys fight them. Sometimes these guys can die and drop some good stuff. Let's get our doctor out here, and we'll lazy, nudist, steadfast, incapable of art. I mean, this isn't a good pawn. I guess they could help us with researching and hauling and cleaning. Do we just recruit a maid? I mean, we could, I guess. Why not, right? I really wanted that EMP. I should have been more mindful of that. EMP is good against the mechs. Well, I mean, kind of looking at the condition of our place, it wouldn't be bad to have a maid. I have plenty of food to feed them, so. Resistance is a 20, so it'll take a little while to break through. If we can get an inspiration for wardening, that would be helpful. Well, we'll continue building our walls, researching, and then we'll start crafting. I wasn't even researching precision rifle. We do need a multi-analyzer, but not right now. Assault rifle is a little bit more important, especially if we do get a mech raid. I don't anticipate us getting one on this difficulty and this wealth, but never know. I do want to open up this Ancient Danger, and I would feel more comfortable with assault rifles, as mechs could be in there. All right, so we'll continue researching. Low psychic drone for the females. So Hawk2 minus 12. They could really start plant dock. Not Doc Plant, Plant Doc. Dog 2 have been sleeping around. In RimWorld. I'm not making any accusations about anyone. We did get an inspiration, but it was inspired surgery. So if we wanted to harvest some parts from this guy, we could. If we needed to install like a peg leg on someone, which we don't need to, now would kind of be the time to do that. Chopping blocks, researching for assault rifles, recruiting this guy who's going to be our maid, and building this wall. That's what we're doing. Visitors coming in, of course, getting interrupted when I'm trying to do something. They do have stuff for sale. Let's go see what that stuff is. Sell the smoke launchers, sell the bow, sell this stuff, sell the smoke leaf. We're still, mid-game, progressing into the late game. I would say when we unlock the assault rifles, we get everyone kitted up with assault rifles. I'd say then we're kind of in the late game. We do want to kind of backtrack and go for some armor, get everyone helmets, which I could make now. If we go to the machining bench, we could make simple helmets. I want to do the same I did with my clothing, right? Do until I have one. We're going to make those out of steel. We'll get a little shelf down. On this shelf, we'll put helmets, flak vests, and we'll have Hawktua making those. And this will kind of help her level up a bit before we start making those assault rifles. Okay, so we were researching up to precision rifling. We were building our wall. Tin Man having another heart attack. I should have sold him. At the least, our doctors are getting more skills, I guess. We got a Mad Muffalo. So again, I probably should have kept these two drafted, or kept everyone drafted, brought them back inside our kitchen area, and then undrafted them so that they'd eat at the table. But not that big of a deal. Getting raided. Attacking immediately. 4 pawns this time. So we're gonna let our traps do the work. So let's keep everyone inside. Now that they took some damage, they're probably gonna try to light my stuff on fire or stop beating on the walls. Hyena, fast learner, iron-willed. Pretty good at mining and crafting. So we'll try to recruit them. So we got a quest to trade with Lure. They want 16 bowler hats. We can get some of that Glitter World medicine, which is the best medicine in the game. The only way you can get that type of medicine is by trading or finding it or accepting these quests. So this may be a quest to do. If we had a lot of cloth, we could make those bowler hats, but I'm not worried too much about this. The uranium would be nice as well for the end game. We do have 3 colonists idle. And that's because we're probably still set to inside. All right, let's try to recruit Hyena. Okay, so we finished precision rifling. We're going to backtrack a bit, and we're going to go for plate armor and then flak armor. And now we can craft some assault rifles. They are pretty expensive, 60 steel, but probably more importantly, 7 components. We do have a bunch of components. Ooh, we don't have anyone with a crafting skill of 6 yet. Let's take a look and see. Dock plant is only a 4. Hawk 2 is only a 4. Hyena's a 5. And the other guy we're looking to get is a 0. So we actually can't make rifles yet. If we wanted to, we could try crafting some random stuff to try to boost Hawk 2. It will take a little while because they don't have a burning passion, so they have a really slow learning speed. And the same with Dock Plant. So we could wait until we try to recruit Hyena and then try to boost them up to a 6, which is what I think I'm going to do. Shouldn't take too long. Let's get our doors in our outer wall. If we wanted to be a little bit more efficient with our stone cutting, we could create ourselves a stockpile zone for our chunks. That's a little bit closer to our stone cutter tables. And because I set the priority to critical, they'll move them there first. We did unlock plate armor, now let's go for flak armor. This does decrease the beauty of this room. So something we, may want to be mindful of. I'm actually going to increase the priority for Dock Plant, set him to construction, and let him do some building as well. He may fail, but I do just want to get this wall done. We got another ambrosia sprout, so we can do our little trick. Build our grow zone, disallow sowing, make sure that this is set into our work area. And we'll harvest that automatically when it's ready to be harvested. Continue building our walls. I think we were going 12 over. And we could just keep this slate wall for now. New recruit. I believe we said that they weren't really good at anything. We were going to make them our maid. We'll set them to the work zone. Copy their schedule. Set their work priorities. They are a pretty good doctor. And we could set them to hunting. But really, all they're doing is hauling, cleaning, and doing research. We also want to make sure that they're not taking any drugs and that they'll fight back if they get attacked. Although we don't have any weapons to give them. When we recruit this hyena, pawn. We'll probably have him just build some stuff out of wood to increase his crafting to a 6, and then we'll start making assault rifles. I am getting kind of annoyed by our announcements coming in for horse, our notifications coming in that our horse is not doing well. So after we build this wall, I will probably send build trade off on a caravan mission to trade with one of our neutral factions, and then probably get rid of this horse and try to recruit some of these donkey. Okay, so we've recruited our crafting pawn, I guess we're gonna call him. Set him to work. I'm actually gonna change his name. Just call him Craft. He's a decent constructor too, so we'll have him construct mine. We'll take Hawktua off smithing and tailoring, and we'll change this to craft. Let's go into the builds we made for our clothing and change these to craft. And we'll do the same for our simple helmet. And while we're in here, we might as well set up assault rifles, although we can't do it yet. Do until we have one. And set this to craft. For now, I'm just going to put a little crafting spot. And we can just make bows. Make a bunch of bows. When this cloth comes in, he can do some tailoring. He is making helmets too, so yeah, he should be able to get up to level 6 pretty quickly. Okay, so we get a rare thrombos event. These animals, when we kill them, they do drop their fur, which is best textile in the game. Maybe the second best behind hyperweave, but the only way of getting hyperweave is trading for it. So it's not really sustainable. So thrombo fur is kind of the end game textile for clothing. They do also drop these horns, which are great melee weapons. They are pretty aggressive though, so when we start attacking them, they will attack back. They have a lot of health and they can do a lot of damage. So you got to be careful when attempting to hunt them. Typically, I like to let them split up a bit so that when we start attacking one of them, the second one doesn't come for us as well. They can be easily kited, and with our weapons, we should be able to take them down. So we'll wait until they split up a bit, and then we'll go and hunt them down. Yeah, he's already about halfway to level 6, so a couple more bows and we'll get there. Okay, so we have unlocked flak armor. It is pretty expensive though. The flak vests, 30 cloth, 60 steel. Well, that's only one component. I thought it was more. Maybe more in high difficulties. So I guess we can set this as well. And we can make these to boost our skill instead of bows. We do need our cloth to come in though, and it's right on time. And we'll finish off our wall. These thrombo have split up, so we can go and attack them. Might as well equip these guys with some bows to help out a bit. So if you hold right click on the pawns up here, you can change the order. We were able to tame one of the donkeys, so we have another pack animal. so we can sell our ailing horse. So as you can see, they are a little bit tanky, but as we shoot them, they slow down and they become easier to kite. Not the cleanest, but we didn't take any damage, so. Alright, so we'll get them butchered and we'll have a ton of meat. But more importantly, we'll get that thrombo fur. And we can start making clothing out of that. Get those flak vests made. Get some more clothes made because Craft isn't wearing any pants at the moment. They did hit level 6, so now they're starting to make that assault rifle, but I'm going to have them make pants first so they can wear them, and we'll get rid of this unhappy nudity. Alright, we'll just let Craft do their thing. I do want to send a caravan out, try to get some more components. We do have some around the map as well. And as far as research, let's unlock the multi-analyzer. We do need gold and plasteel for this. So when we send that caravan out, we can try to get some gold. 20 gold, 50 plasteel. I didn't see any gold exposed on our map. But we can try to trade for some. That multi-analyzer is kind of like an attachment for these high-tech research benches that allow us to progress kind of into the end game of our research tree. These simple meals may go bad, but I think they do have a longer shelf life than the meat. No, maybe they don't. Yeah, I guess they do. Slightly longer shelf life than the meat. If we wanted to, we could build another shelf closer to the machine bench for these, unfinished stuff, but I guess this isn't that far of a walk. Mad alpacas, so some of the alpacas on our map have gone mad and now want to attack us. They're going to end up going all the way around because we have that wall built. Oh, we did not build any doors up north, so that's why they kind of snuck in there. I don't know, free meat, free fur. Let's make sure we get those doors built up there. About halfway through our first assault rifle. Alright, finish our walls, research, assault rifles, and we'll send out a trade caravan. We do get a bulk trader coming in, so we may not need to send out that trade caravan. Did want to show you how it worked. I think I showed you earlier how to set it up, but I think it got interrupted, as is per usual. So let's have build trade come down, see what he's got for sale. He does have components. Try to buy them all. We'll sell him the blue fur and the ambrosia, but we'll hang on to the thrombo fur. I'm also going to sell him this poor helmet. Rather make a better one. We can sell him some of this rice. Might as well sell him the rest of the thrombo meat as well. He doesn't want to buy the simple meals. I don't know if you can sell simple meals. We could buy some books. So there are a couple books. These green ones are just for recreation purposes. But they do also have skill books. So for example, this one, when we read it, that will begin to boost our skill for, or our research, I should say, for carpet making. But with that said, they also have skill books. He just doesn't have any for sale. This is a research book. I'm not too stressed about carpet making. I guess I'll buy this to kind of show you the benefit. And we'll sell this pemmican. And we'll sell Tin Man, so we don't have to send out a trade caravan. Alright, so another hefty supply of components, which is always helpful. So with this book, when they read it, it's going to just kind of passively increase the research on carpet making. But we can store those on a bookshelf. And if we put that bookshelf next to our research benches, that will increase our research speed. So Craft, you can see now he's making a helmet, because we sold that poor helmet, and we have the simple helmet higher on the list than the assault rifle. So that takes priority over it. So we're actually going to boost up the assault rifle all the way to the top, because I do want to get those made before anything else. Mad Squirrel. Oh, nice shot. Alright, once we finish this wall, we'll be done with the outer wall. The first layer of it anyway. So now if we get like a manhunter event, we can just keep everyone inside the walls and let that kind of passively dissipate. So let's set up our wall zone. Okay, we've finished our first assault rifle. Let's take a look at who's our best shooter. We have a couple guys with 10 in Burn and Passion. Let's give it to our maid. So at this point, we're just continuing research. We would probably begin to consider doubling up our outside walls. New lovers. That was Doc Plant, and Animal Plant. So let's get them a double bed. We did finish another assault rifle. I would like to get these advanced components. Those are needed, especially in the late game. We did have this other one that we should go get, although I don't think I'm going to be able to make it in time. Yeah, I forgot about that quest. It's alright. With that said, I'm probably going to forget about this quest as well. I would like to get some more assault rifles before I go out and try to do that. Let's try to get a couple more assault rifles and we'll go and do that quest. And I'm just cleaning up this wall a bit because I want to run my burn box through it. But I also want to strip mine it. So we got an event where some abandoned cows have decided to join our colony. Pretty good source of milk. We'll go grab them. Plant Doc and Hawk 2 were celebrating their marriage. We kind of interrupted Animal Plant from observing that, but that's all right. So we did get a male and female cow. If we wanted them to mate, we would have to build them a pen, which we'll end up doing. I'm not going to do it yet, though. We are continuing to research. Oh yeah, I wanted to send a trade caravan to see if we could get some gold. Those thrombo horns are going to be better than this plasteel knife. So the plasteel knife, 8.98 damage per second. I think the horn is like 11. Yeah. We did finish another assault rifle. And I do want to accept this quest to get the advanced components. Not too far away. So we'll let them sleep. I'm going to increase our simple mail production a little bit to 15. And it doesn't look like we're finding anything in this mountain, but we can use these paths for our burn box. We are exposing some of that overhead mountain, so now we are susceptible to insect infestations, which is okay. I also want to start doubling up our outer walls. A flash storm event, so we'll have to see if anything gets lit on fire, and it is. Don't want our animals burning up. So we'll only put out these fires if they're in a home zone, so I'm setting these to a home zone just so they put out the fires, and then I'll erase them. These are stale structures. Stale can burn in this game. We also want to set home zone for our walls, so that will automatically repair them. And now we can get rid of this home zone since the fire is out. Well, we are running low on steel. So let's mine this out. I'm going to actually cancel the strip mine for now so that they prioritize the steel. This quest only had 4 pirates, so I feel pretty good with sending these 3 assault rifles and maybe one of these melee guys. So let's do that. 1.4 days. We'll take a donkey with us. And let's select our assault rifle guys. And we'll keep Craft behind. We'll take Hawk2. And I want to make sure I take some of this herbal medicine. And let's do it. So they'll gather up everything that we wanted to take and they'll leave. And they leave from a random area on the map, which is quite annoying. And now on the world map, we can kind of track their progress. They will forage for some food on the way, assuming they're in a biome that allows them to do so. But it is always good to take enough food with you and not, rely on that foraging. While we're en route, we can run into traders, but we can also be ambushed by hostile enemies. The more people you take, the more animals you take, the higher those ambushes scale. So just like the raids. And obviously now that we've sent four of our colonists away from our colony, we are more susceptible to raids. It does lower our raid points, so our wealth. But because I have this outer wall, I'm not too worried about it. I'm just trying to clear this area for now and let the fire do its thing. Sometimes I will use wood doors on this outer wall, but obviously in that case, they would have caught fire and burned down. And sometimes you can, not notice that and kind of leaves you exposed. So if you can go to stone immediately, that's probably the best option. All right, we're closing in on our little bandit camp. It does automatically pause the game for you. So I can click on one of our pawns that's at that bandit camp. I could click on the notification and jump to the location. I could press zoom in. So a couple ways to get us into that map. And again, it's paused, so we can take a look at what's going on. They get their little base set up here. They do have a solar panel that we could try to steal. I think this said 4 enemies. We did take a donkey with us. So before we do anything, we should the caravan hitching spot. We'll get animal plant to rope the donkey, and then we'll go attack him. It looks like these guys are just melee. Let's come in from the north, and we'll try to save this solar panel. We could capture these guys, but they are unwavering. We completed the quest, we got our payment, and that dropped it onto our map. Make sure we haul that. We'll come back here. And we'll take a look at what's inside. So if I wanted to get in there, I can claim it. And then pathfind my guys in there. There's a bunch of stuff. Hog Tour is not bleeding, so we're good. Now, if I wanted to steal these beds, if I want to steal this solar generator, I guess I can't. I thought I'd be able to uninstall it. I think you need a mod for that. If I stay here, in a couple days they'll send like reinforcements. But if I want to leave, I can click on my caravan hitching spot, wherever it is, and I can form a caravan. If I didn't have a caravan hitching spot, I can come to the world map and reform my caravan and then send them back home. It will automatically select all of our people and our animals. We do have someone suffering from starvation. Build trade. That's probably because we took all of our cooks. Should have been more mindful of that. I think he'll be fine. He is eating this ambrosia though. So we'll disallow it. If I was worried about him, yeah, he ate that ambrosia. If I was worried about him, I could set the food policies back to eat raw food. He'll get a little debuff from eating raw food, but I'm not too worried about him. I should be back in time to craft some food. I could have Craft make some food. His cooking's not that low. Yeah, let's do that. There is a risk we could get food poisoning, but... Although 4, skill level 4 may be the cutoff for that. It's either 4 or 6. We'll play it safe. Alright, so we got 6 advanced components, which is going to be helpful. I would like to make more assault rifles. We need steel for that. We are mining out some of the steel. We're finishing up our outer walls. We're almost done with multi-analyzer research. And again, I'm sorry if I'm yelling at you. I can't hear anything with this thunderstorm. We do need some gold, though, to build that multi-analyzer. We could pop open this Ancient Danger when these guys get back. Alright, I'll pause it for a sec. So if you notice, we did arrive back, our caravan. Our caravan arrived back. But they left the donkey kind of out there because we're currently set to that work zone, and he's outside of the work zone. So if we select our animal plant, you can see we can't rope him in because he's outside that work area. So we'll just set him to unrestricted. We'll rope him. And we'll set him back to work zone once he gets into it. There we go. I could have also deconstructed that solar panel at that enemy base. Maybe it would have given me components. Just gonna force them to mine this out so I can continue building my wall here. We did finish multi-analyzer. And now we can get into fabrication. I'm gonna go for the deep drill. This allows us to deep drill anywhere on our map. We do need... We also finished copper making, that was from our book. We also need, though, the ground penetrating scanner to scan areas of our map for resources that we can then use that deep drill to mine up or to drill up. That should be enough steel for now. Our power is doing fine with this one geothermal. If we needed to, we could build a second one. I don't think it's necessary right now. We did get one of our traps taken out a while ago, it looks like. We didn't even notice. Again, because we have this outside wall, though, raiders aren't currently pathfinding into our trap tunnel. We could open one of the doors, and they would do so. But because we have these assault rifles and we're not on a high difficulty, I can just go out while they're beating on our walls and kill them. So at this point, there's probably no need for this trap tunnel anymore. But I'll wait until we get our burn box set up to get rid of it. Or when we're looking to expand. Alright, we got a raid. Speaking of raids. Because our wealth is pretty high now, you can see they're starting to send us a bunch of guys. All melee. They were preparing for a while. I guess I can show you this. Because they're just sitting out there preparing, that gives us an opportunity to kind of take some pop shots, and they'll, as long as we don't get too close, they'll just kind of stand there. So we're, currently outside of their aggro range, I guess. So you see they're really not doing anything. But if we get closer, they should start to aggro. Said, if we get closer, they should start to aggro. And then they'll actually kind of go back to their own spot. Now that we've taken them out, they kind of get aggroed and now they're coming after us, but we broke them. Slowpoke, depressive, tough brawler. I'm good with these guys. I really don't want him because he's depressive. Let's rezone our walls. Work zone to our walls, so we build those. And we can continue our little strip mining / burn box operation over here. I do need to get gold and plasteel to build the multi-analyzer. Let's send out a trade caravan. I really don't want to send build trade. I would like to keep him here to build. He is such a great social pawn though. I guess I can send plant doc. He's not bad, he's got 7 social. We'll take both of our donkeys, increase our carrying capacity. Take our drugs, we'll take our hides. We'll take our carpet making book, since we're done using that. And we'll take all these weapons. We do have another assault rifle made, good. We'll take all of our silver. And it kind of automatically sets enough food for you to get there, but we'll take a couple more meals and we'll take some of this rice and sell it. A couple things of herbal medicine in case we get ambushed. Take this pemmican. Go trade. Get us some gold. We need 20 gold for that multi-analyzer and 50 plasteel. Let's give build trade an assault rifle. I do want to be on the lookout as well for some chem fuel so we can build a Molotov cocktail for our future burn box. More components, more advanced components. That's kind of what I'm prioritizing right now. I think because we got rid of that book, I think we lose the buff for the research speed. I could be wrong though. Oh, I guess we do, yeah, reading bonus in room. If we put that in the same room in which we read, we get a bonus. We're currently reading at this table. All right, let's trade. We could buy this EMP grenade if we start to get some mech raids. They do have an assault rifle for sale, but we needed 20 gold. And we needed 50 plasteel. Buy the components. And I would like to get another advanced component. All right. Dock plant will come back, but because dock plant isn't set on handling, he's not going to rope in those donkeys, so we just got to be mindful of that when he returns. A little bit of silver over there. 260 is a pretty good amount. Let's continue with our double walls. Or continue doubling up our walls. We got some alpacas to join. Pretty good pack animals. We can also get their fur. Share them for their fur. Might as well. Grab them. Start up a little ranch. Cows, donkeys, alpaca. We are getting raided, so that is the risk of sending animal plant out here. You can see the raid actually spawned right to our south. They are attacking immediately, so they're going to come after him. So let's call in reinforcements. We should be able to outrun them. We also have dock plant coming in at the same time. Let's try to outrange them. Dock made took a hit. Another hit. Back everyone up. We're not doing a great job hitting our shots. Sandrist. Sanguine. We'll take the Sanguine pawn. I might as well get this Misandrist guy too. Could give us, little problems in our colony with our mood, but animal plant. Yes, you are getting the donkeys. And then I think he was, getting those alpaca when we got raided. Alright, we'll recruit these prisoners. We got our donkeys back. Animal plant is starving, okay, he's good. We did unlock deep drilling, let's go for ground penetrating. Scanner. Animal plant, come and rope these guys in, and then you can go to bed. We did get a disease. This is the first time we got an infection. So Olga. So we'll come in here, we'll set medicine to the best. And we'll get dock plant on that. So when you get an infection, you get a certain amount of time, right, as that infection develops. And you'll need to tend them numerous times throughout that infection. And you can see that at the top of the screen there you have the infection and how it's progressing, and at the bottom of that screen you have the immunity. The better tend qualities you get, the faster the immunity goes up. So we got 100% tend quality, so that's going to quickly outpace the infection rate. So the better doctor you have, the better medicine you use, the better tend quality you're going to get, and the higher chances of surviving that infection. So this guy's going to be good because we have plenty of blue medicine from, what we kind of spawned in with. All right, we'll finish up our walls. We did get that plasteel and gold, which is on our donkeys still. So we can now build the multi-analyzer. So we'll go into miscellaneous multi-analyzer. It's saying we need the 50 and 20 plasteel and gold. We have it, but it's just not in one of our stockpiles. So we want to attach this to our research benches, and it's got, a decent range. I'll typically put it right next to it. It does cost 8 components as well, and a little bit of steel. I want to make sure that Build Trade builds this, and not the other guy we have on construction, because he's got a higher skill, less chance of failing it. As constructed at 15, he's definitely not going to fail it. This was a great starting pawn. All right, so now that we have the multi-analyzer done, we can research fabrication. Fabrication bench is going to allow us to craft our own components. The advanced fabrication bench is going to allow us to craft our own advanced components. These are pretty expensive. I like to be able to deep drill for resources by the time I get up here, and then we can start researching the ship. So just about getting to the end game, I would like to get my walls finished, double, triple them up, and then we'll get our burn box. I forgot to see if they had any chem fuel, as we don't have a way of generating any fire for our burn box yet, but we'll get there. I'm gonna have my double wall come out like this, yeah. And I could use marble on this as well. I like to keep my outer wall the same block type if I can, just for aesthetic reasons. But we are having to venture out further and further for sandstone. I could, consider chopping this down to get the blocks, the chunks. We got some chunks in here from our strip mining efforts. All right, so let's continue pushing research, building our walls, making assault rifles. I think we finished another one we did. I'm gonna finish this flak vest first. All right, so we got 5 assault rifles. We got 2 melee pawns as well. We're recruiting 2 other guys. And we're zooming. Let's go for the fabrication bench next. We could build some ground penetrating scanners. It does take 1 advanced component. This will allow us to scan the map for any resources that we can then set the deep drills on. This does need to be placed outside, so no roof over it, and it takes intellectual skill. So if we built it now, we'd be kind of competing with our research. So I'm going to hold off on it for now. Although the sooner you can build them, the better, because it does take a while to scan and uncover the resources. We did get a quest for an outpost. Some pretty good books. This is one of those skill books that we can passively generate our cooking skill with this one. This is a research book for fire foam and just a regular recreation book. They are offering a skill trainer, so we can inject this and it will boost our construction skill. The gold would be valuable to us as well. This plasteel would be valuable. It's only 4 pirates. We could take on that. Do we need the construction skill boost? We could boost crafts construction, although it's already up to a 9. We could boost dock plants. We wouldn't get that much of a benefit because he doesn't have a burning passion in it. Let's take a look at the guys that we're recruiting. Yeah, they suck at oh no, this guy. Olga would be a good target for that skill trainer. Let's accept that quest. I do want this gold as well. And it's for pirates, so these guys are going to have weapons. Guns and stuff, I should say. Unlike the last one we did, which was tribals. Those tribals could have had bows, but the pirates, I guess is what I'm getting at, will be harder than just those 4 tribal people. We'll probably wait until daytime and send them out. That gold will be valuable because we'll need it to build advanced components, I believe. And as I said, I guess it's only 3 gold, but we do need a lot of advanced components for our ship build. And for other things like the ground penetrating scanner and stuff like that. So it's worth it to get. So we'll go get it. All right, We have finished the second layer of our outer walls. I do want to add a third layer. Obviously, these areas where the doors are just a single layer. So before I add that third layer, I'm going to set up the doors along that outer layer first, and then I'll build the walls. We're going to have a little problem here. I don't think I can build there. Oh, I can. Just sneak it in there. Sneak in that third layer of walls. This may be a little overkill with the door area. Again, I like to have a good amount of space, though, to kind of sally out and kill anyone that's beating on our walls. We have recruited Olga. Make sure we set them to the work zone. Make sure that they're attacking when they get attacked. Restrict their drug use. We'll set their schedule and their work priorities. So Olga's pretty good at handling. Great cook. So we got ourselves a second cook. Decent constructor, right? We said that Olga would be the target of that skill trainer that we're gonna go out and get. And let's go out and get that skill trainer. So Olga is a decent shooter. We'll give him the assault rifle. But we'll leave Olga behind because they can cook, and we won't be met with that problem we had last time where we didn't have a cook when we sent everyone out. We do get a combat supplier, so we'll trade with him first before we go out and attack that pirate camp. They do have a launcher, but it's a smoke launcher. If this were an incendiary launcher, we'd probably look at buying that for our burn box. We'll sell him the ambrosia. He's really got nothing else that we want. We can sell him this revolver. I'll hold on to the bolt action for now. Does have a flak helmet we could buy. Another flak vest. Yeah, we might as well buy that so that we don't have to craft another one. That saves us a little bit of resources. All right, let's send out a caravan to that bandit base. I believe that is it. I'm gonna assume that's it. We'll bring a donkey with us. We'll go dock, plant, build, trade, animal, plant, and craft, and we'll bring one of our melee guys. Bring some food, some herbal medicine with us. That should be good. All right, so we'll go attack them. The reward was construction skill trainer, which we were going to give to Olga, and a little bit of gold, which will be helpful later on when we're looking to build those advanced components. Because we're sending out our build trade guy, we no longer have a warden to recruit this prisoner. I'm actually going to set these guys to 4 just so that they feed the prisoner. We don't have that long of a journey, so we should be fine anyway. Who's fighting? People just get into a fight? Oh, the traders are fighting each other. So you notice there, because this is now enclosed, they built that little roof zone, which is okay. I'm eventually going to build a roof. I guess I can show that too now. We got a meteorite, silver, which is pretty nice. So what I typically do is build a roof that extends over my wall, and this prevents any trees from growing in front of my doors, like this tree right here. And that is important because if we wanted to melee block the spot, a pawn, can't stand on the tree. So by building the roof, it kind of frees up that area for us. I typically do this to a 3 wide, and we could do it on the other side as well, but we'll do that later. About halfway to the bandit camp. I'm still producing plenty of rice, so not too worried about expanding this zone. We may need to soon, though. We did build this double bed. I think we had another couple. Animal plant and dock plant. We'll have to wait for them to get back to assign them. You can only assign colonists that are currently on your map. So when they get back, we'll assign them so they can begin sleeping together. We've reached our destination. Again, it automatically pauses for us. We can jump to location, zoom in. But we are spawning pretty close to them to make sure our donkey doesn't wander away. You see this line here, that's kind of the extent that we can build, so we can't build on the edge of the map. Let's get animal plant undrafted, so he'll rope that donkey, and then we will begin our assault. As you can see, we're already kind of in range. Shotgun guy should have been moving out of his range. We should be able to outrange these guys, no problem. There is one bolt action guy, but we should be able to get around this corner. Come on. We got taken kind of unnecessary hits here. There is a turret that we got to be wary of. I don't think we can outrange it. But what we can do is come over here and destroy the battery. And I think if we destroy that battery, this won't be powered anymore. We could also kind of shoot these conduits. Or we could just probably ignore it completely, but just to kind of show you a proof of concept, yeah. And now our payment has arrived back at our base. Skill trainer and gold. So we'll take Olga and we'll have them use the skill trainer. I just want to show you. And we'll go back to the other base. So they'll use a skill trainer and that boosted them up to 10. I believe they were at 4 before. So pretty good. Let's claim that door so that we can move in. Dock plant is exhausted. We could claim this, set it to dock plant. We could actually claim all these and we could rest here before we go back. Someone's gonna have to sleep on the ground, but we could claim uninstall the mini turret, bring it home with us. That's what I thought we could do with the solar generators, but we can't. I think I typically use a mod that allows you to uninstall and reinstall certain things that you can't kind of in the base game. So we'll rest a bit. And when they wake up, they're probably going to be hungry. They may have some food on them. They don't. I think that's all on the donkey, which is fine. Because the solar generator's on, the turret came back on. So we just got to watch out for that. We could just go and destroy this solar generator. We were going to deconstruct it anyway, right? Yeah, so now it's unpowered. We do get a component from that. Build, you go and uninstall that. And I believe we need to kind of set up a little home zone around it so that we can pick it up and put it in our caravan. So we'll form caravan, we'll come back. Get all of our guys, get that mini turret. Yeah, and you can see we don't have those other items to choose from that were in the base. So let's go back in and just set up a home zone around everything. We could take these beds back if we wanted to, but I don't want to. And now when we form the caravan, we should be able to choose those other ones. Those other items. Take the component. Yeah, whatever. We'll take the steel. Did we not select the donkey? What's going on here? Yeah, here we go. The caravans are a little buggy. They've done well to make them better through their updates, but they are still a little finicky. Maybe buggy's a little strong. Finicky is probably a better word. All right, so we'll allow them to come back, and we'll continue progressing towards the end game. So we are having a little mood difficulty with Olga. They have an ambrosia withdrawal. They should be over that soon. I am noticing we are a little bit dirty. We do have a maid, but we've had them hauling. So if we just change the priority of hauling to 2, they should clean first before they do anything. They'll actually clean and then start researching before they haul. I do like them hauling, so I'll put the research at a 3. So they'll milk the cows, they'll clean. Our caravan is starving, but they're almost home, so no worries. Yeah, so maid's doing some cleaning. Our caravan is back. Again, they didn't take the donkey because it's out of the work zone. So let's take our animal plant. It would probably be better to do this before you send the caravan out. Tasker does have a medical emergency. They are starving because we sent our warden out. And that's getting pretty close. So our warden was build trade. Prioritize feeding them. That was actually pretty close. They almost died of starvation. All right, we're building our little roof. Again, I probably would have finished the wall before I did the roof, but just kind of showing you. I do want to get these beds built. Build trade suffered an eye injury, so their eye got cut out. We can replace their eyes with bionic eyes. Well, we'll think about doing that later on. All right, if we come over here, we did finish strip mining where I wanted to have our little burn box. Just gonna clean it up a bit so I have a better vision of what I want to do. We probably need some more sandstone, so we'll extend our work area to capture some of those sandstone blocks. And again, I mean, we could use marble, but I like to keep everything the same block type. It would be definitely more efficient to use marble as it's closer. You know, maybe we could have done like the doors marble and the walls sandstone. That would have looked pretty cool. Dog plant and animal plant. We wanted to get them sleeping together. So sorry, Olga. You'll have to take a single bed. Can we change Olga's name? What were they? Cook build? Cook build. I was also going to say I would like to be researching as well while we're doing this. It looks like Animal Plant is researching, and that's fine. Plant Doc, we can have research. Hawktua should be researching as well. We'll put Doc Made back on researching. And once we finish these doors, we'll work on this burn box. Doc Plant has botched this door twice or 3 times now. So let's put them off construction and on to research. Probably too many people researching now. Let's do this. I'm gonna extend our base out a bit. And I do not want them building a roof in this area. I do want a floor down. And we're gonna build one of those ground penetrating scanners. And we'll start scanning for resources since we have so many guys set up on research. I can't build it here because of that tree. So cut that tree. All right, we'll get ourselves a ground penetrating scanner and start scanning. Build this little enclosure just to protect it. It is a pretty valuable resource. Now we got ourselves a new recruit, Tasker. Set their work zone. Set their drug policy, make them attack. Set their schedule and their work priorities. Another decent cook. Pretty good smither and tailorer. We can have them craft some blocks. They are great at researching. Oh, they have a double burning passion in research. We did get another assault rifle. Yeah, we'll give it to Tasker. Kind of raid coming in. We did finish our ground penetrating scanner. So with this raid, they're arriving in transport pods and they've gone haywire, so they're going to kind of be scattered all over the map. So we could have some that land within our walls. We did have one. Who has a shotgun. And he's setting fire to our grow zone. All the other ones landed outside of our walls, so they'll kind of bang on our walls until they get bored of it. But this is a good opportunity to show you the benefit of building so many doors. So this guy's banging on these walls, so we can just sally out here, make short work of him, and come back in. I want to put out that fire, so I'm going to set everyone to walls so they can put out that fire, and then I'll get back to killing these guys. I don't want to lose this rice. Triple walls should be able to hold them. All right, let's go up north and we'll take out these guys. This guy does have an incendiary launcher, I believe. Yes, perfect. Let's make sure we outrange him. Forgot about that mini turret we brought back. All right, I'm gonna tell everyone to come back and then I'll undraft them so that they eat at the table. And we should think about expanding our table now that we have so many colonists. And we want to make sure we get this incendiary launcher, because now we have a way of activating our burn box once we build it. I'm going to build a new shelf, and on this shelf we're going to store the incendiary launcher, any EMP launches we may get, the Molotov cocktails, and any EMP grenades. Let's set everyone back to their work zone. I didn't think we didn't down any colonists. Where are you guys going? Oh, Ambrosia. Let's extend our storage area as well. Again, I'm just on a pause real quick and select all these. Don't want that one selected. Link them and unpause. Dock plant, you go grab that incendiary launcher so don't forget about it. And I guess we can unforbid all. We did finish fabrication. Let's start research on advanced fabrication. And we can build ourselves a fabrication bench. I'm probably going to rearrange this stuff in a second anyways, but we'll get it built. Although I don't know if I can move this without that mod I was talking about earlier. So in fact, let's cancel and we'll move stuff beforehand. I like having the fabrication bench next to the machine bench, as they, you know, take the same resources, kind of. Now that we got that incendiary launcher, we can really get this burn box going. So what I want to do, this path may not be long enough. I'm just going to limit my work area just so they're not wandering around. We did get a flu on Tasca and Dock Plant, so let's go into our assignments. Tasca, best quality. What was the other one? Dock Plant, best quality. We didn't do it in time for Tasca, so we didn't use any medicine. So you see that 10 quality was only 20%, which is okay. Next time we'll use the blue medicine and they'll be fine. Hungry hitched animals, so you can see that they kind of ate all the grass around this area. Let's actually get them a pen. And I want this on this side. I'm going to probably build a ship on this side. I am going to use this geothermal. Yeah, let's do it like this. I'll make it out of marble. We'll get a little fancy pen going for our animals. Build that. Alright, so at the fabrication bench, we can begin crafting components, which just takes steel. We're going to say do until we have, we'll make this 40, whatever. We do already have 47. Not on a stockpile zone, so it's not reading it. Let's build another table. We'll connect these in a second. Bull died. Let's actually let them run free for now, so they can eat. I was hoping to finish this pen in time. Let's expand our work zone. Expand our home zone to cover the pen. Miscellaneous pen marker, and we'll get them all put in there. Not that big of a pen, but that should do. So if we take a look at the ground penetrating scanner, we are only 6% to a guaranteed find of resources on our map. While we're working on it, we could also get like a bonus find. This does take a good amount of power. Probably when we build another one and we get our deep drills going, we'll probably have to expand to the second steam geyser, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We are getting hit with a heat wave, which should be fine because we have our air conditioner. We are running low on food, so let's expand our grow zone. You have plenty of fertile soil here. Probably overproducing this cloth at this point, but it's okay. We could consider planting devil strand. Oh, we never researched it. Devil strand is the best textile that is renewable that you can grow. This devil strand. I'm not going to do it in this playthrough. I do want to, though, come to this fertile soil area, and I want to start producing psychoid leaves. And we'll start manufacturing drugs that we can trade for resources that we can use to build our ship. But for that, we do need to research drug production. That will get us to drug lab. And then psychite refining will get us the flake, and that's what we'll produce and sell. All right, here's path for our burn box. Do want to make it maybe 1 or 2 more. Oh, this may actually be long enough. We'll go 1 more. Inspired trade dock. We do have... Oh, we really don't have anything to sell. A little social fight. I'll beat you up and then hail you, Plant Doc says. All right, so on the south side of this burn box, I'm going to put some doors. So I'm going to have them enter this path on this side. Come this way, up here, this way, loop them around. I'm going to do it the other way. Have them come in this way and loop them around. And then, bam, in through there. So, with that said, I'm going to start using marble now. All right, and inside this burn box, the first thing I'm going to do is make sure we have roofs built. Let's get that chunk out of there. And we're going to put marble fence every other block. And this will slow them down. Yeah, this should be plenty long enough. All right, we've researched drug production. Let's go for psychite refining, and then we'll go back to pushing our ship. We are low on steel. Don't really need steel right now. Marriage is on, dock plant and animal plant. I'm gonna leave all these doors open, just so it's easier to access. All right, so we'll let them do their thing. Who was... I think Tasca had an infection that they got over. This is kind of annoying me that because I don't have enough marble blocks. I guess I did build a ton of them. I was gonna say, it looked like they would just like deliver in one at a time as opposed to doing this. I mean, you'd think they would deliver like one row and then, I don't know, whatever. Do it however you guys want. And I'm just gonna put it off screen and not look at it because it's upsetting me. All right, we got a raid. They're attacking immediately. Tribes people. Plant dock, get yourself something. We could set everyone to walls. Let them spread out a bit. And take them out pretty easily. Oh, plant dock took a hit. Oh, it doesn't look like he's bleeding though. All right, we broke them. They got a quest to save Menyo. We can't look and see what his skill is. We did have a bunch of Glitter World medicine. Not too worried about the Glitter World medicine in this run. Menyo, sorry, I got more important stuff to do. Okay, we did research Psychite refining. So once those crops grow, our Psychite leaves, we can start making drugs. Not to use, but to sell. Not that that is any better. All right, we'll go for advanced fabrication and let them do that thing. We do need a drug lab, but we got a little bit of time before those plants are done. Oh, and I forgot I set everyone to walls, so they weren't doing what I wanted them to do. We are a bit low on food. I don't think we need this cotton anymore. So we'll harvest the next batch and then we'll expand our rice into that zone. If we were on a map that wasn't year-long growing, we would have really pushed for hydroponics. Wherever it is, I'm probably looking right at it. Oh, here it is. So we would have pushed for this hydroponics basin and set up a little indoor grow area. Probably won't do that this run. All right, our burn box. The interior is all set up. Let's not hold these open. We do want to hold this one open. This is where they'll pathfind into. Let's finish our outside wall. We'll close all these doors, and then we'll punch through this area, and we'll create a little box for our fuel. So I want them to build this inside wall first, just so they don't get stuck in there and have to walk all the way through. Okay, so we get our first mech event, the defoliator ship. So over time, this radius will expand and it kills all the plants in the area. I think it has a range of maybe 100, its max range is. So it will hit our plants if its max range is 100. Again, if we were on a greater difficulty, this would have a lot more mechs around it. These guys will stay sleeping until they're disturbed. These are scythers, who are kind of the melee mechs. They do a lot of damage. What is this medical treatment needed? Another social fight? A lot of animosity in our colony. Yeah, so these guys are the melee mechs. They'll do a lot of damage to us, so we want to really stay away from them. Kite them as much as possible. They are kind of fast. Cow number 1's having a heart attack. We did lose our bull to starvation. I'm not too stressed about the cows. Again, interruptions, more interruptions. We do want to get rid of this defoliated ship. There's another ship that can come that is like a psychic ship that creates that negative psychic event to bring our mood down. But let's go up. We'll kill this. Mini turret. Still forgetting about him. I don't really care about it. So we want to get in range, and we'll wake him up, kill him, and then we'll destroy the ship, and we'll be good. We do have plenty of time. As you see, the radius expands somewhat slowly. We could wake him up and then kind of leave him there, and if a raid comes in, they'll fight the raid. But we'll just kill him. I want to kind of show you the amount of damage that they do. They will take us down pretty fast. As you can see, it kind of Hawk-Tua got it from the Scyther. We ended up friendly firing plant dock. All right, let's make sure we don't lose these guys. Where are my doctors? I think what maybe even worse than that is, potential infections that are going to come from this. Not necessary for us because we have plenty of medicine, but look at the amount of damage they do. But we should be fine. Hawk-Tua, go grab your thrombo horn. And we still need to destroy the ship. I'm gonna let the guys rest though. Alright, we have the inner wall done. And we can shred these dead mechs for... I think these ones just give steel. The more advanced ones will give plasteel and maybe uranium. And then this drops an advanced component, which is pretty important for us. Plasteel is pretty important as well. Set a work zone. and see if they haul any of this stuff. They do. Maybe not so much the important stuff, but... So here we go. We get some disease on Hawktua. Infection, I should say. Again, we didn't catch it in time to get medicine. I think Plant Doc hailed Hawktua, but we'll be fine. Let's get Plant Doc back as assault rifle. And we'll finish up this burn box. So I do want to make sure that these doors are closed. Did I not set them to close? That should be held open. All right, and then we want a little box here for our fuel. And we need to make sure we put a door here, and then this entire area will count as inside. The point here is that we start a fire in this little box, and that heats up the entire room. And as the enemies run through here, they suffer from heat stroke, they collapse, and they die, and we win. I do want to go through and set up home zones. Home zones so that we repair this stuff. Let's make sure we at least get a double wall there as well. Okay, and now we can punch through here, open it up. It'd be a lot easier if they were all in line. We could just drag over, but 'tis not the case. Okay, and then we're going to clear our work zone from this box, because now I don't want anyone going in there. And then what we want to do is to set up our little fuel spot. We want to take a wood fence, drag it in this little room area. Select one of our pawns. We'll put them on unrestricted. We'll tell them to come deliver wood. We want to keep this open as well. And if this pawn is set on construction, we want to make sure that as soon as they deliver this wood, we draft them so they don't build these fences. We want to double click to select all the fences. We want to cancel it so it drops these logs down. And then we could say disallow. And then what we're going to do is take one of our pawns whenever we're getting raided, equip them with this incendiary launcher. We'll position them in this doorway, slightly outside it, have them shoot at this area. It will light it all on fire. And if you look in the bottom right side here, it says indoors. This is all counted as one room. I don't know if I can kind of see that. No, it doesn't outline it for me. But this is all counted as one room from this door all the way through to our front door. And this will heat up really, really fast, and we'll burn them up. The burn box. We did go to quest. I don't want any of this stuff. This uranium could be good, but not for 5 flak vests. No thanks. All right, what are we doing now? We are still pushing research. We're trying to find some resources. I have 5 advanced components, so let's make another one of these scanners. I have plenty of components. I don't have any steel. I need steel. I do want to open this ancient danger. Let's mine the steel in this area. Pretty sure the back side of this ancient danger will also be stone wall. I think we should be good cutting into the steel without opening the ancient danger, but we'll find out. The mini turret, put that on the ground. I got a bulk goods trader. Our cycloid plants are about half done. We do have the ability to craft components, so I'm really no longer worried about components. So as long as we can make steel. Let's see what this guy got for sale. He does have an advanced component. He's got regular components. Chem fuel. Now that we got cloth, we could craft our own Molotov cocktail, but we got that incendiary launcher, so we don't really need it. I'm gonna take, he doesn't have any gold. I really got nothing that I want. We can sell him some of this stuff. Alpaca wool, plain leather, we'll sell them. We are low on rice. We'll take that advanced component. Rice harvest should be coming in soon. Let's expand our zone. We got the notification for the ancient danger. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, this back wall is stone as well, so I'm not worried about breaking into it unintentionally. We are going to intentionally break into it in a minute. Let's harvest that rice. I do want to get the outer layer of walls. We're going to build that out of marble, even though I hate doing that. But I don't think it's going to look too bad. So with the ancient danger, one of the tricks you can do, especially in the early game, if you're looking to break into here, you can build a little trap tunnel, just like we have, attached to our base, which we're probably going to destroy soon. But you could just build it out of wood. I don't want them actually building this, so I'm going to disregard this area for right now. But you could just, you know, come off of the ancient danger, drag out a 1x tunnel, put yourself a little door right on the side, and you could put a bunch of traps going down every other block. You could have a pawn stand at this doorway, deconstruct this wall, and then back out of here. And then as anything that spawns inside here, any enemies that are typically mechs or insects, as they get aggroed, right, they'll come through and hit these traps. You can just position you guys out here and fight them. We might as well do that. Again, on this difficulty, I don't envision there being much in here, but you never know. Might as well play it safe. We got some yaks to join us. A pretty good source of milk. Yeah, and I have plenty of wood, so... I want to build that north wall first, and then the traps, and then we'll build that wall. So let's get our work zone back. I do not want to construct this wall yet. Okay, I canceled it. Advanced fabrication, so now we can build our own advanced components. And now we can start pushing for the ship research. If we wanted to, we could make our own medicine, hospital beds, we could build a hospital room. sterile tiles that are good for kitchens and hospital rooms, the hydroponics we talked about earlier. I'm just going to push towards the ship, try to get this playthrough over with. Where were those yaks? Yeah, whatever. Alright, burn box is looking good. This probably wasn't the best place to come off of the Ancient Danger. It would be nice if I could have came off the south side with this kind of longer wall. But whatever, just kind of showing you the idea. I typically would actually put a double door. We could actually keep this trap tunnel for any drop pod raids or whatever, so we'll probably just keep it. I do want to build some of these deep drills. So that we're ready when we start finding stuff. After we open this Ancient Danger, we'll get our final layer of outer walls, and then we'll start pushing these ground scanners. If we needed more stone chunks for some reason, we could mine right now in this area, and it's going to pull up some sandstone chunks. I don't want to do that, so I'm going to disallow. We are starting to cut into our power. So I think it would be helpful to build this, maybe not right now, but we'll prepare for it. And just like I did with the other one, we can double wall it. All right, we got our little trap tunnel built. Of course, a guinea pig hit one of our traps. Because why wouldn't you go down there? Stupid guinea pig. All right, in the morning we'll go open that Ancient Danger. Because we have a ton of wood, we could have, went with this wood fire generator if we didn't want to invest in the steam geyser or the geothermal power, which probably would have been fine for us, although we are draining that battery pretty quick. These ground penetrating radar scanners take a lot of power, and then once we get these drills going too, that's going to take a lot of power. So I think the steam geyser is the way to go. All right, let's go pop this Ancient Danger. I actually want to hawk to a standard in this doorway. We'll get our builder in this doorway. We'll get these guys out here. And we'll have build trade deconstruct that wall. And we do want to monitor this. As soon as it's done, we want to draft them. Oh, and look at that, a bunch of mechs. So I am glad that we built this tunnel. It is paused right now. Just to show you, the centipede blaster, centipede burner. These are kind of the end game mechs. Lancer, pikeman, and a scyther. So this is actually a pretty high, pretty difficult Ancient Danger, especially on this difficulty. I was not expecting this at all. We don't have any EMPs, so we can't stun them. So this is actually going to be pretty dangerous. We could just let them mess around in there. I think they'd eventually kind of break the walls and stuff. And the way we have this set up, it's actually going to be kind of difficult to drag them out of here. I'm going to try to first destroy this if I can. This is a little risky. We're going to try to aggro them with that build trade. Once this is destroyed. This centipede blast has a pretty wide range, pretty long range. Yeah, we really can't hook around this at all. If they come south a bit, we can get them. Yeah, it's like I said, if our trap tunnel was coming out of the south, this would be a lot easier for us. And if I didn't put the trap right there, it'd also be easier for us. I don't want to hit this trap. Let's get another pawn. I want to try to hold these doors open. Oh. There we go. Save. Yeah, not a great area for this trap tunnel. So you know what? Let's revisit this. I was not expecting these mechs. Just don't go anywhere near that. And we'll see what they do. We could, if we wanted to be really aggressive, we could make ourselves some sniper rifles, or even some bolt action. But we can make ourselves some sniper rifles. Bring a bunch of guys with sniper rifles, shoot down one of these walls, and then just kite them out of there. I'm probably going to do that anyway, but I'll probably just do it with assault rifles. Or we could just ignore them and pretend like they're not even there. And just cut that portion of the video out and make it look like I never even attempted. All right, we are getting low on battery here, so we do want to get this built. I think I need more steel for it, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we hooked up power to it, right? Yeah. We did go and get those yaks. They must have kind of wandered close enough for us to get them. All right, we got our geothermal up, so this should be plenty of power. If we needed to, we could go get this one, or we could build another source of power. I would like to try to find some plasteel. Oh yeah, we wanted to get these walls up. We do have some visitors coming in. We'll see if they have anything to trade us. Guess I can just do this. They do. I thought these guys would try to punch out of there, but looks like they're not. Selling the beer. Yeah, whatever. I want to defeat this ancient danger now. Should try to get an EMP. Alright. We'll let them build these outer walls. We'll continue researching and scanning, trying to get ourselves some resources. We're starting to research what we need for the ship. I'm thinking about building the ship in this area. We do have some psychoid plants growing, so we can start producing drugs. Send out some caravans to try to get us the supplies we need to build the ship. We could start strip mining these mountains, try to find those resources. We need plasteel, uranium, we need a bunch of these advanced components, regular components, steel. We're kind of in resource gathering mode at this point. So we are finishing up the outer walls and pushing for the end game. I would like to get some more colonists, so let's try to deal with this ancient danger. And our psychoid plants will be coming in soon. So let's build ourselves a drug lab. We'll put the psychoid leaves on this shelf, and we'll put our flake on this shelf. We do need to expand our zone. Actually, I'm gonna do this, so let's destroy this. These ruins. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. We did get our first successful scan, and it was stale. So if we want to see that, let's select, we could either select the scanner, and that shows us where we just scanned, where we just found that steel. Also, choosing the deep drill will expose it as well. So I guess not a bad spot for steel. I'm going to deconstruct this area, and I'm going to store some wood on this side just so we can clear our storing spot a little bit and move that wood a little bit closer to our burn box. I'm actually going to make this too wide. Should I hook it? So we finished researching Starflight basics, so we can begin getting the rest of our ship tech. We did find some gold. Kind of a poor location for it, but it's there if we need it. I'm trying to do this for now, and we'll kind of decide what we want to do with that trap tunnel. I am going to pause this wall for a second. and we'll deal with that ancient danger. We are getting an infestation in our burn tunnel, so we might as well just burn them out. So let's take Dock Plant, equip them with the incendiary launcher, and we'll send them up to our burn box. We want to begin firing at these wooden logs, and we'll start to increase the temperature. Do have a group of travelers coming by. We do want to get in there and destroy these hives so no more insects will spawn. We do have to wait though until it cools down. We do have one hive left in there. We want to restock our fuel supply, so we'll go into our wooden fences, place them down, take one of our pawns, put them on unrestricted, have them come up here, deliver the wood, draft them before they can build anything, make sure we set them back on work. Let's also make sure we clear the wall zone from the burn box. All right, let's take some of our pawns, come up and destroy this hive. I do want to get in there and fix this. Well, we know the burn box works. We're starting to get our cycloid leaves in, so let's set our drug lab to make yayo. We're going to do ×4 forever. And we can just drop this on the floor, whatever. We were able to fix that wall, so let's clear the work area. Now I'm going to build a little storage zone for some wood. We can just keep our wood up there. New lovers. Build, trade, and Tasca. So let's get them a double bed. All right, got a little wood storage. So that should clear out some space in our main storage. Build, trade, and Tasca. All right, we'll try to be a little bit more smart about the ancient danger now. A housewife named Hilda is passing by. Visitor coming through. Does have some stuff to trade us. So we'll see what he got. We'll sell him a flake. We'll buy a barrel from him. That's really all he's got. All right, in the morning we'll take another crack at this ancient danger. I'm hoping this is enough to kind of coax them out. I am somewhat afraid of the centipede blaster though. Setting fire to our whole trap. I should have thought about that. So this quest is to save Squirt. They're being chased by a group of tribals. And if we accept this quest, they'll come onto our map, both Squirt and the tribals that she's being chased by. And we'll have to defend her by fighting them off, which I think we could do pretty easily. She is 53. Let's do it. Squirt joins. And here comes a raid behind her. Should be able to get in. We can actually use the burn box. Hawk-Tua. Grab that incendiary launcher. Yep, she managed to get in. I mean, we could probably kill them with our assault rifles, but might as well use the burn box. Oh, there goes our trader. Yeah, so going back to this ancient danger, I should probably change these walls to block so that if this guy fires, they're not going to light everything on fire. Could do that, I guess. I would just do that. Let's make sure that we refuel the burn box. And let's take a look at Squirt. Decent miner. Pretty good at smithing and tailoring. Whatever, not a bad pawn, I guess. We don't have any steel. We do, but it's not in our work zone. So we haven't been making assault rifles. The more assault rifles, the better. Oh, Hawk-Tua, sorry about that. Left her drafted. The more assault rifles, the better, especially when we build this ship and go to launch it. We'll have 15 days to wait for the ship to warm up before we can blast off. And during those 15 days, we're going to be met with a ton of different raids. So we really want to boost up our firepower before then. I would like to see what's in these caskets and try to recruit any pawns that may be in there. So that's really why I'm going for this ancient danger, as well as get a little revenge. I'm hoping this is adequate enough for me to break this wall and them get coaxed into coming out. And, you know, these traps will probably allow me to kill the smaller guys, and then I'll have to deal with the blasters. We could use Hawk-Tua and Squirt to melee block. Thought I had another Thrumbo horn. Yeah, I do. All right, let's do this. So let's get Squirt to keep this door open. We'll get build trade standing here. We'll get everyone else out this way. Really want to meet them as they round that corner. Good. And then Hawk-Tua is probably done a melee block. All right, here goes it. Should probably build a wall here. Hold. Looks like he's wanting to build it from the inside. All right, run away. Of course, we have that mill there. And unfortunately, it did break open the caskets, and they're not coming for us. Yeah, bleeding out. So another fail. Just gonna break this wall open. They're not affected by fire, unfortunately. Don't know why they're not coming out. Just getting lit up. I don't know, they typically come out of that. I don't know what they're doing. Of course, getting shot in the back now. We weren't able to save the guys in the caskets. And if we were really stressed about it, we could build some sniper rifles or some bolt actions and be able to outrange them or match their range at least. Forget about them. Will you? Someone fix this? I need to put some of these guys on hauling. All the flake we sold this guy we can get back. I'm actually going to set everyone to walls. Just so they can pick up these cycloids before they go bad. And when we finish making the drugs, we'll send a caravan out and get some uranium and plasteel and stuff that we need to build our ship. I think in this area right here would be good for our ship. All right, let's set them back to a work zone. We'll expand our work zone to the walls. Come back into our work and we'll prioritize research. All right, we'll let them do their thing. Animal starvation. Our pen is getting a little small. We could actually just let them kind of roam free within our walls. Typically, don't like doing this because if one of our doors gets broken or if we get breached in any way, they could run away, but it's all right. Brooks came in and we're gonna take him. Oh, let's see what he's got to trade. No components, no advanced components. Sell him the ambrosia. We'll sell him all the tattered apparel. Yeah, really nothing we want to buy from him. And we can sell him some of this flake. We are done making flakes, so why don't we send a caravan out. Let's get our hitching spot back. And let's send our build trade. We'll bring a yak. Anyone who's not pregnant. Let's make sure that we have someone else on warden. Plant dock, you can go on warden in. So we're looking for uranium, plasteel, gold, advanced components, regular components, I guess. If you have stuff in here in the burn box that is in a home zone, then you can sell it. So that's probably what they were doing, was grabbing something that was in one of these home zones. All right, almost done with that outer wall. Caravan arrived. So let's see what they got. Components, One advanced component. Try to take all the plasteel and uranium they have, as well as any gold they have. Probably can't afford all this, but we'll see. Flake, guinea pig fur, rice, viable males. The uranium is too heavy. We could take the plasteel, and we'll take some of this uranium. Should get this book as well. All right, so here's the other mech event, the Psychoid ship. Remember we got the defoliator earlier. Let's go take care of it now before our caravan comes back. And I'm gonna get close. Let's actually get on this side. I'm gonna try to melee block these two guys. I didn't even see these scythers. I didn't even notice them, I should say. Yeah, I didn't even notice those scythers. I thought it was just those three pikemen. It's alright, we survived it. Being a little careless on this low difficulty. Alright, so we did rope the animals this time. That's because we have a pen to put them in. We are running a little low on meds. Let's set a bill. I never researched it. It's okay. Try to buy some. We could actually just plant some herbal meds and we'd probably be good with that. Major infection, but we just got 100% 10 quality, so we should end up beating it. Eventually outpace it. The other issue with letting our animals kind of roam free is that they will eat our plants, our crops. Potentially. What did we did find some gold down here, right? I guess it's not much. We could do this. I'll show you. So let's mark off where that gold is. Those two areas. These two areas. And then we could build a little structure around them. And then that provides us a little bit of safety while the guys are mining that. We probably have enough gold, but give our miners something to do, I guess. We could collect this ambrosia, but I think our flake production will grant us enough money to buy what we need. We will need to run power all the way down here in order for those deep drills to work, or we could move a battery down. That may actually be a better option. 600, 200 watts, I mean, it'll kind of be a pain in the ass to do it that way, but it is an option. when you move this battery, it will retain its charge. But we're just on a run. This is gonna cost us a lot of steel, but that's really not that much. And if we were having mood troubles, we could mine out this jade, build an art bench, and craft some sculptures to throw in our little barracks. I also want to get a light down here just so they're not mining in the dark. We will need more marble blocks because I'm going to build a wall around the spaceship whenever we get that far. All right, we got the power flowing there now. So let's move a couple of these deep drills down there. We do have to allow it in order for them to move it. And in the process, people could stop mining, which isn't a big deal. We have a fugitive quest available. I would like to get a telescope, 5 tribes people, and some jade. We are mining a bunch of gold. Yeah, let's go get that telescope. Telescope's good for recreation. Dockmaid struggling a little bit mood-wise. Their brother died. They're getting rebuffed by animal plant. Constraining clothes. Oh, they're a nudist. Let's go into manage policies. And I guess there is one that's already on a nudist. Who is that? Dockmaid. So if we set them to nudist, I am curious. I don't think I've ever used the nudist. They will wear armor, right? Maybe they can't wear. Yeah. And you see now they're kind of neutral about their clothing. Naked 0. All right, we finished the sauce ship reactor. We did buy that book for machine percussion, so that'll be the last one we do. Let's get the JD drive. And now we have a new tab, ship. We can build the structural beams in the ship reactor. Right, we'll wait on it. So you can see how expensive that reactor is. We'll need to build a couple other components as well as some caskets, depending on how many people we want to take home with us. Probably just do one. This is a very important task that we have to do. So I need to build a comms console and call this guy Bernard, and he'll tell us where that persona core is. Or we could wait and we'll eventually get a quest for one. That comms console, I might as well build one. This allows us to contact traders that are kind of flying overhead as well. We do have a psychic drone, medium, on all the males. So that is not good for Dockmaid. It's just having one hell of a time. We are mining up some of this gold. What else are we doing? Should be researching and scanning, chopping blocks, although we may be over our quota. Let's boost this. Might as well, since we have the chunks right there. And then we'll have the blocks as we need them. I'm building another little storage area similar to what I did with the wood. I'm gonna keep plasteel and gold and uranium, silver in there. Just so we kind of get it out of our storage area. Are we recruiting Brooks? Here we are. We also had this steel we can stop mining, or drilling I should say. All right, we'll run that and then we'll put this deep drill to get some of this steel. There is a lot of steel left on the map, but Looks like we do need more steel to finish those power lines, so let's tap into this. Oh yeah, we did take that quest, huh? Mad Buffalo. Go kill him and then we'll go complete that quest. Visitors. Probably get some stuff to sell. 3 components. We'll sell them our flake. Alright, we got our little mining area up. Alright, let's send a caravan out and take out this bandit camp. Now we'll send 5 guys. And probably don't even need to bring any animals. Why were we doing this quest? Oh, for the telescope, I guess. That legendary recurve bow sell pretty well. And we could use the jade to start building some statues or something. Brooks, we almost have him recruited. He wasn't a great pawn, but we'll take him. He's another assault rifle. Add him to our firepower. Ooh, we did get a uranium meteorite. That will be helpful. I'd really like to get a tough pawn to be a melee block. About a quarter, maybe an eighth of the way to the JD drive. We are getting ready to siege our first siege. So these guys will drop down some mortars and begin to siege us. Unfortunately, we have half of our assault rifles off the map. So we're going to try to break up their siege. And force them to assault us. And at the same time, we're running into this bandit camp. I want to deal with this siege first. Okay, so now they're assaulting us. So we could run away and use the burn box. Which is what I'm going to do since half of my team is in the other encounter. Let's get back to these guys. And back to these guys. And they are fighting the mechs, so that's a good sign. Let's just make sure. These recurve bows have a pretty long range. Get back to our other raid. We have 2 people coming in the burn box. I guess I'll just burn them out. It's kind of a waste, but I really don't want to deal with it. Our payment arrived inside of our trap tunnel. Build trade collapsed due to exhaustion. Yeah, whatever. You guys just go to sleep. Alright, so that siege brought with it 15 components, some barrels, and some mortars. We do kind of got to be careful going up there. Let's go back to these guys. Reform our caravan and go home. Those raiders did kill a lancer. We got Brooks recruited up. Set his work priorities. Decent, well, actually a bad constructor, but because he has one burning passion, I guess he can learn. He can mine. Not a bad miner. Bulk goods trader flying by. So this is when we can use that comms console to contact them. And we need an orbital trade beacon in order to trade with them, which has a little range, and I'm only going to be able to sell what is in that range. Let's actually put it down here next to our silver. And we could put another one down. What did they cost? They did cost one component, but... And now contact those guys. Alright, let's see what they got for sale. And sell some of this rice. Sell the blue fur, the alpaca wool. Are they not buying flake? Did I not craft any yet? They have one advanced component. They have 16 regular components. I would like to buy this plasteel, although I can't afford it. Yeah, that's fine. My guys are just about back. Let's make sure we refill our fuel. Animal disease, I'm not really stressing about it. Mad rats. Let's just get out here and deal with them. Come on, just come and attack me, pal. Alright, let's continue pushing towards the ship. Brooks, grab yourself an assault rifle, bud. Let's set a bill for advanced components, and let's do until we have 10. I'm just going to say do X number of times. Do it 11 times. Infestation. Dug too deep. So that's another thing with these deep drills. They are going to destroy this deep drill. Guess not. All right, I want to make sure before I unforbid those that I'm not going to butcher them. So let's go into our butcher table, and we'll deselect insect corpses. And down here I have, let's just make a spot for corpses, animals, insects. And we'll make sure that's in our work zone. Unfib it all. Check on our gold progress down here. Craft is making some advanced components. Good. All right, we're cruising. And who is our best artist? Brooks, pretty good artist. We'll mine that jade and we'll build some works of art. Get our barracks a little bit more impressive. Animal plant, what are you doing up here? How about instead of grabbing that? Well, actually, that's pretty important. Let's go add bill, make small sculpture. We'll have Brooks doing it. Make some jade sculptures. I'll make 4 of them. I don't really care about these survival meals. I don't really care about any of this stuff. Combat supply coming in. See what he's got for sale. No components. I'll buy some blue medicine from him. And we'll sell him some of our flake. To push research. I'm actually gonna replace 2 of these. Actually, let's get rid of all of them. We'll build another advanced research bench. Build, trade, and Tasca are getting married. Hurry up and do that. I would like to continue making drugs. Let's send out a trade caravan. Let's go to this one. Animal plants on a go frenzy, so we're just gonna have them make a bunch of drugs. I didn't mean to take that boomalope with us, but I'll just sell them. Caravan arrived. Probably didn't need to buy all those components, but whatever. All right, push into the ship. Push into the ship. Got a quest, 2 advanced components, uranium, 69 toques. We're gonna accept that. Alright, is that what it said? 69? So expensive because it's giving us that hyperweave. We got one sculpted completed, just a normal one, but should help out our barracks. We do have some colonists idle. Let's build another research bench. That 69 toques is probably not worth the 2 advanced components, but whatever. 40 hyperweave. I guess I can sell it. What else are we getting? Oh, the uranium. 700 uranium. That is actually pretty big. We've made 40 so far. The JD drive. So we need star flight sensors and the crypto caskets. We do have some prereq research we need to do for those. A couple more sculptures. Let's spread those around. Let's check on our gold situation. $124, $156. Inspired creativity tasker. They are good at crafting. They're a decent smith. Could try to get a better assault rifle. Let's do that. Let's see what they end up producing. That was Tasker, right? $64 toques. 66. 67. 68. I think we needed 69, right? Let's just see how many we have. I'm not doing that math. Just make me 2 more. 1 more, I think we need, right? 68. Yeah. Maybe 1 more. There we go, 69. 69. Noble Plus. Where are we going? Ellerton Town. Just take everyone, whatever. Flake, alpaca wool. All the toques. All the silver. Take these pants. Take the rice. Get out of here. Cargo pods. More jade. Gonna take all the animals and probably sell some of them or whatever. Now we're gonna carry 700 uranium. I already ran out of food because I have so many animals. Let's hope we don't get ambushed, because that's probably going to be a lot of enemies. Alright, so we're getting a manhunter pack. Bunch of timber wolves. So what we're going to do is just stay inside our walls. And they'll just kind of run around on the outside. Or they could attack those mechs, would be awesome. Haha. Attacking the mechs. I killed the mechs. That's what you get, mechs. Revenged by the man-hunting wolves. We got some more steel. We did unlock the caskets, the crypto caskets. So now we can get the vacuum sealed casket. We created an assault rifle that was excellent from our inspiration with Tasca. Cool. Oh, these guys got in because I forgot to close the door of my burn box, which could potentially be fatal. Yeah, we should be able to clean them up. Yeah, so we're trying to carry all that uranium. I don't even have any other pack animals. So we have to sell some. At a loss. Whatever. Just go back home. So if we don't want to have to dump bodies into stockpile zones, we could make this crematorium, and I might as well do that. We'll make a marble crematorium. We'll stick it up here. And now all these rotten corpses, we can just cremate. We do want to get rid of them because you'll start to get like rot stink. Plant dock, inspired creativity. So let's set a bill, cremate corpse, do forever, and we don't want fresh corpse. And now we don't even really care about this zone. Missing corpses? Oh, whoops. I'm gonna move these up and start prioritizing the steel. He's back. Yeah, collapsed. Go get him. I made it about halfway to machine percussion with that book. Probably even, yeah, we'll probably get halfway there by the time we need to research it. Just about done with our vacuum crypto sleep casket. And now we'll go for starlight sensors, but we need a long range mineral scanner first. This, I think we have enough. Build a couple more sculptures. Alright, so we're pushing endgame just about there with our research. I'd say we have a good amount of resources. We probably have enough uranium. We'll probably need to get some more plasteel. We'll probably need some more advanced components too. We are crafting 10 more. I forget how many exactly we need. Let's designate this stuff. I just wanted the compact steel, compact machinery. And we had some more down here. So we'll get these components mined up. And we'll finish up our research and start to build our ship. Let's finish this beginner's guide. We can now gather everything inside of this ancient danger. Let's mine that silver and this silver over here, in case we need to go buy some more resources. There was another uranium ore, but we should be good with uranium. Combat supplier flying in overhead. We do need an EMP. We'll get the EMP launcher as well, just to be safe. We do get a little bit of plasteel from those mech blasters. We're done with long range scanner. Let's go for sensors. And we're about 1.5 research nodes away from being able to build everything on the ship. We could stop building now if we wanted to. Let's at least plan it out. So we'll go with the ship reactor. We need 3 engines. We'll also need at least 1 structural beam for our caskets. Build like this is going to be a funny looking ship, but it is what it is. I would like it if my entire base didn't burn down. Thank you. Bunch of books. We don't need them. Let's do a little strip mining through this mountain. See if we can find anything useful, possibly some plasteel. We did find some uranium inside of that mountain. Again, I think it's going to be plasteel that we need. Let's send out a trade caravan. This guy. Take a bunch of our pack animals. Another psychic ship. I see the scythers this time. No, were they on fire? Is that why I didn't see them last time? Not sure. Alright, we'll wait for build trade to leave. Wake them up and see if anyone comes in and wants to attack them. Our caravan arrived. It looks like I bought out all that plasteel. I did. It's okay. Oh, what up? Go trade with these other guys. Rare thrombose. Okay, thrombose, whatever you want to do. Just gonna stay inside the walls so we can research and collect all these drugs and rice and whatever. We'll take the plasteel, but we'll take the Nutrimine as well. We can craft some blue meds. Grab 2 of these shield belts for our melee pawns. And we'll set up a wall around our ship. Drone intensifies, so we should consider going and taking it down. Yeah, you know what? Our pawn's coming in. I'm afraid if he comes in from this area, he's gonna get attacked. And he came in from the north, which is good. Alright, we'll try to sneak up on him from the south. I'll just do a little back and forth. You guys need to hit your shots, man. We can try to take one more out. This fucking muffalo. My screen was shaking. I was like, what is going on? Bulk goods trader. Probably have some plasteel. They do not. We'll sell them the flake. Whatever, we'll sell it at a loss. Alright, let's go. Alright, we got our first ship component, which is just a structural beam, which allows us to put the caskets onto. And we're just going to make one, so if I wanted to send more people, we could attach them onto these, build some more walls around our ship. Alright, star flight sensor, one more research. We're about halfway done with it because we had that book. So we can now make the sensor. So pack is just in the way. Constantly look at him. Get out of here, yak. Alright, we are done with our ship research. Now we can build the core. We've never got that persona core though. So, we needed to talk to, who do we need to talk to? Bernard of Hillenbaum. Quest location of Persona Core. So now they send us the quest. Bernard's Shack of Fortune. 6 tribes people, and there may be an unknown threat. Let's go retrieve it. Alright, we got our casket built and the structural beam, and we're starting to build the ship core. We do need that persona core. Let's build a reactor as well. And we'll kind of take stock of what we need after that. I think I got enough stuff though. Yeah, whatever, just build it all. We've arrived at the item stash. Let's make sure we rope our yak. Just some tribals. There it is. Need 18. What are you guys doing, man? So stupid. All right, we've arrived back with our persona core. Finish one of the ship engines. So if we click on this show launch report, it will show us kind of what we're missing. We can kind of keep track that way. But essentially you need one of each component. At a minimum, you need 3 of these ship engines. Some more compacted steel if we need it, but I think we have enough. There's our persona core. Our computer core is done. Cook build is building our second engine. We're getting a second wall around this. Cook build is starving, so why don't you take a break? Infestation inside of our burn box. We're just outside of our burn box. No worries. People need medical treatment and we're not treating them. I'm not sure why that is. Launder joins. Prissy. Take them. Good cook. Decent constructor. But more importantly, another assault rifle, even though they have a shooting skill of 1. Alright, we built the second ship engine. And we need more plasteel, I believe. Yes, we do. More plasteel, okay. Send out a caravan. And if we select on one of the cities, we can see when they'll restock next. I think both of these guys are out. Restock since we last visited, so let's visit them again. Alright, go get us some plasteel. We need a good amount, actually. See if we can find some in. I also need more advanced components. Oh, no, just mine. I'll make a little stylish wall. Caravan arrived. Of course, animal plant is incapable of social. All right, go back. Oh, we're getting ambushed. One person. Kill that squirrel. Please kill him. Assault rifle versus Molotov cocktails. Oh my god, this guy's a tank. We could call in a trader if we had high enough goodwill, but we don't. No plasteel on that one. More compacted machinery if we needed it, which we don't. Yeah, just plasteel is all we need. Oh yeah, and some advanced components, right? 5 of them. Come on, build tray, let's go. Find some plasteel. Saw a goods trader passing by. Of course, we took all of our silver. Building the last engine. Caravan arrived. Probably more than I need, but whatever. All right, our last ship engine is built. We've arrived with what should be the final pieces, our final resources. I don't really care about that alpaca. Is that enough plasteel? I don't think so. I'm gonna need more plasteel. Find any up here? No. 222. I need 280. I need 200. I need 20 more plasteel. Come on. So much compact machinery. All right, go get us plasteel. Need like 19 more. I'll make a little area and we'll build some mortars. No, I don't want a roof on that. We don't have any chem fuel. We'll make some EMP shells. Oh, it's good to build a wall in between them so that if one gets destroyed, it doesn't blow up the other one. Arlington. Plasteel. We'll get 40 just in case. I need chem fuel. They don't have any chem fuel. We'll just take these shells. Oh, they do have chem fuel. Okay. All right, we'll come back with the plasteel. We'll build the ship reactor. It's saying we're missing stuff, but that's because they're not connected. And once we do that, we can begin to warm up the engine, which is going to take 15 days. And in those 15 days, we're going to be sent a bunch of raids. Build those roofs so that we don't get trees in front of the doors. All right, so we're just about ready to launch the ship, or to start up the engines anyway. We're just waiting on our caravan to return with the rest of the plasteel that we need. So we're just about done. Caravan has arrived. Alpacas are all collapsing. As long as they don't have the plasteel on them. Oh, they have shells on them though. You guys all this flake on you for? All right, come on, build trade. Let's build that ship reactor. All right, and once we start up the engines, we can see what we have left for resources and maybe build some more of these crypto caskets, but we only need one. Who we done ascend is the question. I mean, I think there's a... it's between these two, I think. No. Where are you going? Alright, we got the ship reactor. Got everything we need. It is in hibernation mode at the moment. We can start the ship. This is going to tell us the reactor is ready to power up. Process will take about 15 days, and the energy signature will be detectable from a long distance away. This is going to attract enemies to the extent and the intensity that you've never seen before. Make sure your defenses are prepared first. Confirm. All right. Let's set everyone to stay on the walls, and we'll protect the ship at all costs. We got our burn box. We got some mortars. We got a little turret inside. We can research gun turrets and build some more in there if we wanted to. So if we click on the reactor, we can see how many days are left. So it's starting up in 14 days. We don't need anyone in the casket yet. We can wait until the end of that countdown, then put someone in the casket and blast off. So this is a minimum setup that you need for the spaceship. You can go crazy and build any type of spaceship you want, but this is what you need at the minimum. If we got more steel, we could build another casket. So we're getting our first raid, and there's a mech raid. They intend on breaching our walls. So this mech raid here in the front, this termite is going to try to blast through our walls. We made mortars just for this occasion. So if we select the shells on our mortar, we can select what kind of shell we want. We want those EMPs. Prissy is a terrible shot, so we're not going to use her. Again, it's paused right now, just so I can show you this. We'll get Brooks on this. Now I can select the two of them. I'm going to tell it to hold fire for a sec. I'm going to set force target. I'm going to target this termite, so that EMP will stun them. I'm going to move Brooks to the front. I'm going to select everyone else, bring him down, and we'll try to prevent this guy from breaching our walls. Prissy, you can join as well. They are ready to launch. We are not necessarily ready yet. Let's do it. Hopefully they get a hit on him. They do. We are taking fire from these other guys, though. Let's hide. Those mortars should be reloading. Yep, they're ready to fire. We missed them. Try to get our melee pawn out there. Good job. blasted. Let's come back to our mortars. We'll tell them to hold fire. It's 10 to squirt. Our plant dock is down. Hawktua. I don't want to lose Hawktua. We'll just stick around and make sure we don't get ambushed. Pretty good job by the EMPs. Sniper rifles would have been an option too. We would have been able to outrange everyone, or at least match the range of the Lancers. I'll come back inside. Alright, we hail everyone up. What happened to Cook Bill, did he? I got hit too. Disease on plant dock. Right now I'm just gonna set everyone on herbal because I have plenty of it, but we'll put plant dock on blue medicine. Do want to retrieve my weapons. Another raid. Tribes people attacking immediately. Let's use our burn box. Unlock gun turrets if we want to build any more. Does take some components and steel. I might as well throw another one right here. Alright, 12 days. I've had 2 raids so far. Not too worried about this stuff out there. We would like to make some more EMP shells if we can. I need to get some of the steel. I don't necessarily need to be mining it anymore. Can I please select the drill? Oh, there it is. All right, let's make sure we refill our fuel. We did buy some chem fuel, so let's make some high explosive shells. We have 2 more barrels. They do have a durability, the mortars. 20 shots. So our biggest threat is going to be a drop pod raid, where they kind of drop right on top of our heads. And I'm sure that's going to happen. I'll leave that door open. Should actually probably leave this door open as well. I'm going to build a little wall on the outside. And this is where I'm going to store my mortar stuff. I want to separate my burn stuff. I forgot I had EMPs. I could have went out there with the EMPs against those mechs. Alright, Hawk 2 lost their left leg, so I'm actually going to try to replace it here so that they will be somewhat useful to us. We are getting a raid where they intend to breach our walls, coming in from the left side. Not really much we can do, but let them kind of breach our walls and deal with them as they come in. We are a bit split up, but we can try to flank them. Pretty good job there. Surgery failed on Hawktula. Try it again. I didn't even see what this prisoner was. I just need more firepower. That I know. Another raid, mechs. Surgery failed again. Who's doing these surgeries, man? Mechs are beginning their assault. Oh, this door was open, I didn't realize. Where are you going? Like, build that door. I just told you to build the door. Build it. He broke the door. We should be able to burn out both of these rage. Good. All right, we got 9 days. We're doing pretty good. We just need to get our people healed up. Would be great if we could install. Oh, we did. We got the left leg on Tua. All these alpacas dying from the plague, and I don't even care. I don't even care about no alpacas. To make sure we refill our fuel. No. Don't need to go out there to get it. I guess that works though. Alright, we're pretty much healed up. Oh, we're getting a siege raid. Which we should be able to break up, no problem. Did pretty well. Let's get inside. Good. Actually, don't think I'm going to need the burn box. If I can hit my shots. Wow, that's just ridiculous. You know, we might as well use the burn box. Max, they're not breaching though, so that's good. I mean, you just gotta be better. You guys just gotta be better than this. Max are a bunch of scythers. Actually, I'll close this door. What do we got? We got 7 days left. Max are beginning their assault. So now they'll split up. That will allow us to kind of get after them. Just trying to stand here and fight. Burn box is good, but it does need to be opened and refilled. Alright, we got 6.5 days. Raid, breaching our walls. Oh, Hawk 2 is in bad shape here. We did break them. Good job. Six days. Everyone's got malaria. Hawk 2 is on a food binge. Try to repair these walls if they need it. Rare thrombos, don't really need them. 4.5 days. Raiders intended on breaching our walls. Try to get out there. Nope, not gonna make it. Shotgun guys. Go yak. Nah, dude, I need you to build walls, man. Three and a half days. This guy may make it through. Another raid. Preparing for a while. They are beginning their assault. This guy's just tanking them. Well, a burn box at least slowed him down. Two days left. The shaman merchant can kind of help us out. Throwing a potty, that's great for our mood. raid mechs, preparing for a while. They are beginning their assault. They should run into these shamans. They're arcing. Another mech hive. I'll just scythe this. Trying to get my mood up a little bit. It's a good job. Mood's doing alright. I do have that blaster coming in, I gotta watch out for him. Try to stun lock him. Good job. Oh, I didn't even see that Lancer. Alright, get back inside. Hail up. Screw it, you gotta do something with your life, man. Go ahead, bud. Can't have this guy destroying that door. This is outdoors? How? Oh, this door is broken. You gotta build that door. Task has got an infection. Still outdoors, why? Oh. Five hours. Back to indoors. Alright, Hawk Tour. Drop your assault rifle. Get yourself in the casket. Another mech raid. Breaching our walls. We got 1 hour. Protect Hawk Tour. 3, 2, 1. That's all she wrote. So we want to select the ship computer core and launch the ship. And that's it. Congratulations, you beat RimWorld. You've launched the ship. These colonists escaped. Hawk Tour. And these colonists were left behind. Well, thank you for watching. I hope this was helpful, and see you next time.